That's
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop talking.
It's time to start our meeting. Could you please settle down?
Oh,
I call this meeting to order. This is the third board MNC meeting. Today is May 6th, 2019. It's just past 1 o'clock. What is it? It's 1:02. I'm looking forward to a good expeditious meeting, and I hope that we don't have a marathon just like we had last time we had this meeting, when we ended a little shy of 5:30.
oh,
So let's get going. Where is my thing? Do we have anybody from the media here today? I guess not. I call to approve the agenda for today. Do I hear a motion?
I so move.
Anybody second? John? All in favor? Approved by,
Oh, we need to amend the agenda.
But we didn't get that. He went right past that.
okay, I'm sorry.
So we
So
added an
what were we
item.
just approving, the agenda or the minutes?
We were approving the agenda.
Okay.
So
So I made a motion to approve, we had a second.
what do we
Now
want
would
to
be
do?
the time for somebody to add something to the agenda.
That, we would like to add, there's a street light report that we'd like to add.
And that'll go as like number 16, correct?
Let's,
Under reports. You want to move it up? Everybody's
we
here.
need to move it up because we have one request to somebody who is attending would like to hear about it earlier. Because he's.
Who?
Dr. Ronan, who is a guest that I invited. And he would like to hear.
Okay, so
about-
we'll make that, we'll still make it number 16, but we'll move 16 and reporting before 11.
Okay. 16, streetlights. Okay, so, bless you.
I might not leave.
So item added, any other item that needs to be added or changed? Okay, so, do I hear a motion to approve the amended agenda?
I so move.
Thank you. Anybody second? John does. Can we, all in favor? Money?
Yes. I can't read and wave my hand at the same
Okay.
time.
Okay, agenda is approved. Okay, approval of the minutes, meeting report from March 4th, 2019.
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Second? Rosemary, thank you. All in favor? All right, moving right along. All right, the next item we have is member
No,
comments.
chair remarks.
Or,
That's you.
yes, me. I don't have any chair remarks except that we need to do this, the projects that we have in hand properly and completely and get on with it. We have a full book of stuff to be done. Next item, member remarks or comments. These are the comments that are not on the agenda. Do
Ruth
we-
Tabor?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I would like to do something on this that isn't listed on here, but we follow at our board meetings, that the member comments are not on the agenda. They're limited to 3 minutes, and a member can only come up and address the board once,
Thank you.
not keep coming back up.
On agenda item 6, or can they come up for other agendas items as well?
If it has something to do with their manner, et cetera, but we can have debates, and that is what happens. So especially on the lighting project, people will want to keep coming up and coming up. So it's one,
Or we have
First.
one one member who has 2 speaker cards in for agenda item 6 and agenda item 16.
Those are different items, so that would
Yes.
be okay. But we
Okay.
can have,
Not
as
back
I
and
say,
forth,
a
okay.
debate
Yes,
on
I'll
one
set the
item.
3-minute timer.
Okay, good. Are you in agreement with that, Coach?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, who's the first speaker?
Ruth Tabor.
Okay, hello, Ruth Tabor, I've only been here a year, this past December. And I did read in the, one of the publications about the balcony, the new bill that's gonna be taking place, or the possible.
What is your manor number, madam?
Name,
207.
your name and manner number.
Ruth?
She said my name, I also said it, but Ruth
Yeah,
Tabor.
is this not working, so that we can see the information?
Banner number.
It's not working?
No, we don't use that for committee meetings.
Is the microphone on?
Yes, the microphone is on.
What's the banner number one more time, please?
2207.
207. Is there
Okay.
any A, B, C, D, something?
Q.
Q. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why I'm here is I'm quite alarmed. I've only been here a year, this past December, and I bought a condo. And so I read in an article in a news publication here about the balcony situation where the inspections are possibly going to be being done with this new bill that's going to be implemented. So I did get a copy of the bill, and I wanted to find out who I could speak to further regarding this. The bill is pretty specific. It almost looks like something that was already in place for the inspections and then maybe had lied dormant for a while. And then suddenly this guy decided he was going to implement this portion of inspections. So is what I'm talking about, everyone's familiar with, correct?
Yes.
So I wanted to find out, does it look like the bill's going to pass? Does it look like something is going to be happening where all of these balconies are going to have to be inspected? If so, what's the, funding process or the funding, situation for this? How's that going to be handled? And then also there was something on here that I thought looked kind of interesting. It said, if you're a common interest development. So we're not a common interest development. Is that true, or? We are one. So do we not fall in this category then, to have these inspections done? Because that's one of the,
Can
within
I
this
answer?
bill, it talks about,
Let her finish.
the bill would exclude a common interest development. So are we not going to be included in these inspections, or we are, or?
Can I answer?
Yes.
We're not, but it seems that from day to day, we're not, because this is a common interest development, but then suddenly somebody else gets another idea, and there is the possibility that we are. The basic thing is that we always have inspections of the balconies. I mean, that is an ongoing process. That's why we have, we go out and we do the surface coating every 5 years. I mean, there's inspection to the railings and all that, so we always inspect them. I think for the common interest developments, this was almost like another money-making scheme, and,
Right.
And who was going to have to sign off on it. So I believe that we were not in favor of it because of potential costs, but we make sure that we keep inspecting them. And we do have legal counsel who works with us on all of the so-called bills to keep us on top of it. And we also have someone who works for us in Sacramento, trying to help.
Okay, so,
Trying to help
right.
us.
So that's a big relief, because I
Right.
felt like, oh my goodness, here I just
Yeah.
landed here. And so, as it is, I already looked, and I'm seeing all the wonderful things that really I feel like that do get done, landscaping and things are maintained, seem to be maintained pretty well. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, $5,000, here goes all kinds of other things.
Well,
So-
occasionally something happens in Maine, and then they're going to, because it was the snow, but it doesn't matter. We're going
Right.
to have this rule impact anybody. We had that happen not with the snow, but with the installation of our water heaters. Something happened in another state, and suddenly we had this different, so we really try to stay on top of it, but staff does stay on top of it. Okay,
Very good.
thank you for
Okay, thank
allowing
you.
me to
No
answer.
worries. It's good to,
Susan Smallwood, 3033N.
We have to be careful with it.
I, Susan Smallwood, and I'm here for 2 properties, 3033N and 3456B. I forgot to write that on that. On 3033N, I thank you for finally taking care of our carport in cul-de-sac 302. I had reported all of the peeling paint on all of the carports within that cul-de-sac, and apparently they have only worked on ours, and all my neighbors are asking when theirs is going to be done, because some of theirs were even 10 times worse than ours. And there's rust near the trash cans, and if somebody's to bump into that, that would not be good. Second, 4 months ago, I reported a crack in the walkway up to our unit. That had been repaired about 5 years ago, and it is now deteriorating again, and nobody's looked at it, nobody's gotten back to me. Okay, on 3456B, in January, we did a full asbestos removal, and we discovered 9 roof leaks, and we greatly appreciate that those were repaired within a month. But there was also major termite damage, and the termite people have been out 2 and 3 times. 2 weeks ago, he spent about 4 hours of treating it. Apparently, there's not enough funding to tent our place this year, and our neighbor as well has a ton of termites. Lastly, when we did the asbestos removal, we discovered the moisture barrier, which is the black stucco paper, is totally deteriorated, giving possibility of moisture coming in with all the rains that we have. And the weep screed at the bottom is disintegrated as well. We've been trying for 4 months to have somebody come take care of this. Finally, Brandon came out with Brian Foster and has looked at it, but we don't know yet if they're going to take care of that problem. And then lastly, we have a 40-foot structural crack in the slab between the footing at the very back of the house, and in areas it's up to a 1/2 inch wide. That was reported 4 months ago as well. Nobody's getting back to us as to whether they're going to epoxy it or if they're going to drill holes in and put whatever that steel rebar is into it to repair it. So I'd appreciate finding out what's going to be done. Thank you.
Do you want to respond, Guy, to any of these?
Well, I could start.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Did you make a note of all of them?
Yeah, we have it all written down.
Okay. Do you want to say something, Rosemary?
There's absolutely no truth to a statement that would say if we have termite infestation, that we would ever tell a resident we ran out of money. So if that was told to you, it's in misinformation, because although all of our treatments have been selected for this year, and yours might not have been on the list, very often a unit falls off of the list, as Guy knows very well, because the people, because of medical whatever, refuse to move. So we're always able to balance it around. We have not, the termite work starts a little bit later in the year, so I'm sure that someone will be getting back to you. But if anybody told you we ran out of money, they did not represent.
I'm sorry, you didn't run out of money. The money was already allotted
Wow.
for the year. That's what we
But,
were.
That's a better
but
statement.
that is a misstatement,
Okay.
because we have to be fluid in a lot of the things that is fluid a good word for you? In a lot of things that we have to do because of the nature of change and things that happen in here. But the rest, Guy and Lori will make sure that you get answers to all of your questions, because some of them are from different departments, not only M&C.
Okay.
Gloria Shaw, 5464C.
My name is Gloria, 5464C. Last year, we applied for the alteration, and before they give me the blueprint, because we're out of country 3 times, so I don't have the time to look at. And I found out they give me the wrong blueprint. And recently, I'm thinking about the cover, enclose the patio, and I just found out all the regulation already changed in just a few months. Yeah, and in my neighbor across the street, they allow him to build the patio, become the one high ceiling, bedroom. And even the patio also, doing the one addition to the patio, become the one high-seated room. I send the picture to the alteration, inspector. He said, oh, that's too late. Now everything is changed. But we didn't get a notice because we've been here 4 years and we didn't know the regulation changed. We didn't get the notice. And now they suddenly tell me all the regulation already changed. I'm very surprised. They didn't give us the notice. And they seem to handle the every matter, case by case. And that was why it's not fair for the old resident. If the new resident maybe use the new regulation, but the old resident has to, according to their, the old regulation, unless they notice us. We didn't get a notice at all.
Can I?
Are you done, madam? Are you done?
No, we
Okay.
not approve at all.
Okay.
They just send me the mail, said no way to approve at all.
Okay,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, number one, you're bringing this to this, I can't say it's the wrong committee, but the committee who would be handling this is our architecture, our controls. It's a different committee. So we were going to make sure that we get all of the information, and the director who's in charge of that committee will talk to you and get all the particulars. But there was absolutely no surprise, and no one can say that they weren't told that the rules and regulations in third changed, because when and not giving common area away, I don't know, I'm not quite sure as to what rule you're talking about, but we changed the rule as far as giving common area away, because there was way too much common area that had been given away, and it is not on a per-case basis. There's just no
how?
common area given away. So it isn't a matter of discussion at this committee. I'm going to have Steve Parsons, who is in charge of that, contact you,
Okay.
and then also the person who runs that department, so we could make sure that everything is understood correctly and that you have the right information, okay?
Okay, yeah, I'm curious, what is the common area means? How
Okay,
about the
well,
exist-
they will contact you, and it'll get all
Okay.
figured out. You'll get individual attention from our
Okay,
vice
thank you.
president.
Okay,
okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Leslie Coretti, 3084B.
Yes, I'm Leslie Coretti, and I'm representing not just myself, I'm Unit B, but also Wen and Grace Shu from Unit A. They've had one flood this past year in their unit, and consequently have spent, I don't even know how much, tons of money fixing it and replacing it. Kathleen in Unit C, and her last name is McMeans, has also complained and signed the letter as well. And they have had a flood in that unit. And Eunice, and her last name is Ayala. I don't want to mispronounce it. She's in Unit D. She's had 3 floods in her unit. Our unit is Unit B, and I think we had a flood prior to us moving in. We've only been in the unit for 3 years. But I have personally seen 2 units flooded since we've been there. with my own eyes. So we're wondering if, I know there's been so much flooding in our quadrant, down the street, around the corner. I mean, there's just been a lot. So I understand that there may be something being reviewed about it, but no one has answered our question about possible fixing this situation. I don't know, relining the copper pipes or what is being done, but we sent the letter February 18th, 2019, and we have not received a response.
Could you repeat your building number again, please?
The unit is 3084.
Could you tell us who you sent the letter to?
We send it to 3rd Laguna Hills Mutual Maintenance and Construction Committee, 24351 El Toro Road, Laguna Woods, 92637.
Well, the only thing that I could say at this point is I can't understand how we would ever get a letter and not respond, because we have very, so that's a problem, because we have, first of all, Lori handles the letters from M&C, and we also have someone who works directly for a general manager, and of course, we have the board. So I don't believe, I can't see a situation where we just don't respond to the letters. The biggest thing is we,
Oh, okay. My husband said that he came in and delivered it personally to the administration office. the
okay,
building
well,
here.
that would, again, that would be Catherine Laster who handles that, and she goes over all of the letters with us because we have to deal with them. So we have to check on that, but the biggest thing is we do have a lot of programs in place. We have a copper pipe lining program, which has been working very well. We have waistline remediation, which we are funding and doing more and more. We do have slab leaks. So basically, could never give you the answer about the building now. Guy will have to go through it all.
Yeah, I have a copy of the letter.
And make sure that we have all of your contact information, so we should set up a meeting with you.
Okay.
If you
Thank
want,
you.
you can give your letter to Laurie right now, and
Okay.
that would even speed up this process.
Okay?
Okay. Do we have anybody else?
Yes. John
We want-
Davis,
One second.
3026B.
I want to assure you that we will definitely take a look at it in an expeditious manner, because flooding is not a good thing. I don't like to hear about it, and we will take whatever action is necessary to handle this. Sure.
Good afternoon.
Would you repeat the address, please?
John
She has it,
Davis.
she has it all, she has the letter.
No, the next one you stop.
No,
John Davis, Unit 3026B, as in boy. I am at the tail end of my third moisture intrusion in 3 years.
Wow.
The rules have changed, apparently. This was a burst pipe high up in the ceiling of my mother-in-law's bathroom. The plumber came in and tore the bathroom apart, tore out because the pipe was so high, there was a lot of wetness that had migrated all around that, not only that room, but other rooms around it. There had been a lot of water migration. The plumber tore out everything that was wet. He has a moisture meter, tore out everything that was wet, including not only drywall, but also baseboards and door frames, tore out the toilet, tore out the brand new vanity and brand new toilet in this remodeled bathroom, in my master closet, tore out all the shelving, patched the pipe, and in the process saw some really awful looking pipe. I talked with Mark Pryor, who is VMS's moisture intrusion coordinator, and about patching some of this other pipe that looks so corroded, it's like an accident looking for a place to happen. Why not patch it while everything is torn apart? Why not patch it and avoid some tremendous expenses down the road? Wouldn't happen. The plumber said, we won't touch it. It's not broken, we're not going to touch it. So, as you may know, you have the air quality people that come in and make sure that all the mold is cleaned up and the air passes an air quality test. Then you have the rebuild company. So we had ATI for the air quality and mold remediation, and then we had South Coast Restoration come in and put in new drywall, painted the drywall, textured the drywall, and walked away. This was 2 months into the moisture intrusion. The baseboard and door frames have been destroyed in the process of being removed. The vanity was never replaced. The toilet was never replaced. And Mark Pryor is telling me that it's not VMS's obligation to restore me to the status quo ante, which is a legal term meaning the condition that we were in right before the pipe burst. So I'm sitting here with nice drywall that's been painted and textured, but no baseboards, no door jams, no vanity, no toilet for 2 months now. Is this the procedure that this board has approved for victims of moisture intrusions?
Ready?
I have a couple questions. One is, what kind of building is it? A 2-story or 3-story?
2.
2-story.
Third moisture intrusion in 3 years
And
in my unit.
is your homeowner's insurance being informed about this?
Yes.
Will they be able to participate in helping you fix the stuff?
If I pay my deductible.
Okay. So they are aware of this event?
Well, they will sue Third Mutual because of the damage done to my property. Okay, everything from the paint inward is my property.
Yes.
And VMS destroyed baseboard, door jams, took out a vanity. I don't know whether that can be replaced.
But that's not the point about suing or not suing. It would expedite the process of you getting back your living condition.
For the cost of me shelling out my deductible.
Yes, which would be 500 or so, or 1,000, whichever. That's not the important part.
Okay,
Is this the?
excuse me. All right, first of all, you started your conversation by saying, well, there have been changes. Actually, since we've been on the board, the only change that we made to the policy is in the past, in the old days, if there was water intrusion, we didn't even paint it. So painting is a new thing that we tried to do to help the residents. So the fact that we didn't put your toilet back in makes absolutely no sense to me. And I would say that in our crazed activity to get at the moisture, if we destroyed the baseboard, we would be looking at it. So it seems highly irregular, and I'm amazed that you waited for 2 months to come to our attention and tell us that you don't have a toilet in your bathroom because we never replaced it. I mean, that isn't something that we do. That is certainly not a procedure of the third board, and it certainly isn't a procedure that third board would ask VMS to do. So what we need to do, John, is we have to, and whether you've had 3 leaks or 1 leak or 15 leaks, we're sorry for them all because we wish you had none. I mean, that would be like the best. So the thing is we have to send somebody, Guy will get somebody over there. There's no need, sometimes, as with anything, it's our responsibility to manage your money. Suddenly, we go into a unit and we have to do stuff and say the vanity comes out and suddenly the resident said, I just replaced that vanity with a new $2 million gold one and we want you to replace it. So we have to be very careful what we do. We have to exert care because we're responsible to manage everybody's money to the best of our ability. We just have to really look into it. You should never wait 2 months, and I'm sure that Guy and Lori will follow up on it.
South Coast hasn't been offered a job for 2 months. The intrusion was, the moisture intrusion was 2 months ago. The South Coast left fairly recently. Mark Pryor clarified for me the line, and it's a very difficult situation. I realize that. I talked to your waste pipe remediation supervisor. I talked to your copper pipe remediation supervisor. I tried to get my building onto the epoxy program ASAP because of repeated intrusions. And
Again, that's shocking because the waistline remediation is a very big project and we're working on it continually. Copper pipes, we have spent millions on that. We've been doing it for years and we get a leak report and we always go to, we have fewer leaks because we did so much of this work over the years. But when we get a leak report, that's a much easier process than the waistline remediation.
but the money must be.
Well, actually, the waistline is a lot more. I mean, the thing is we budget to take care of these issues. You know, we have a few $100,000 in copper pipes for this year. We've already spent a lot in the past. So I just get concerned that there was that somebody wasn't checking this with this to figure it out. So Guy will take care of it.
I want to offer, and you know that I volunteered for a couple of years as attorney for the finance committee when
yeah.
Wayne was. I would offer my services on a volunteer basis to help because it must be awful. I know, I've talked to Mark Pryor many times. He's doing as best he can, but he's a one-on paper hanger right now. He's got so many calls coming in, his voice box is full, his mailbox is full. He can't keep up with it. He's got 150 emails every day. I mean, it's a very tough situation. I realize that. And whatever I can do administratively to help.
What? Excuse me.
Yes, this building is on our list, so.
For the copper pipe?
Yeah, for the copper pipe, and we also will be proposing an increase in the budget for 2020 because we did experience a spike and more candidates are on the list. But your building is on our list for.
For next year.
Epoxy, yes.
No, for this year.
No, it's on for next year. He's correct.
Well, the thing is again, if we are having constant leaks, that is why we have a contingency fund, we have a leak report. So, one leak is enough already.
Is Mark correct that the baseboard, the vanity replacement, or rather putting it back into the wall, is he correct that that's not his obligation, that's not VMS's?
I believe that was stated already. Yes, it is.
Okay.
We go to the paint
Wei
and from the
Ming-
paint inward.
Wei
Well-
Ming, who now, is on VMS board,
Right.
she seemed to think that I should be restored. But
Well, and-
Mark says no.
Well, the thing is Mark isn't in charge,
Right.
okay? So if there's an issue, we have to talk about it. Because see, to me, it would make sense that if the baseboard was there and it was baseboard that was there from the beginning, like it isn't new decorative add-on cove bait,
Stock
whatever.
stuff.
Then I think that, we don't want to make life here a nightmare. We're trying to make it better. So, and if it's, Guy will try to work it out.
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you.
We can't afford the cards. We're saving money. We're saving money
I'll get back
to
you,
pay for the
actually.
copper
Okay, you have my
pipe.
email address, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, he will you have his contact information? All right, good.
Do we still have?
The last speaker is Bert Moldow, 3053A.
This is about streetlights. We need to move it to.
That's all right. We'll just-
Hello? Anybody home?
Hi, Bert.
Hi. Anyway, last week in the newspapers, this is for information, SCE has gone to the Public Utility Commission.
I can't hear you. Can you please speak up?
SCE has gone to the Public Utility Commission to request an increase of 17% on the tariff, electrical tariff, which would have quite an impact on our community, and certainly this board. 2 years ago, we put in 850 megawatts of solar, and we now are almost finished with our second year, and we'll probably get the best numbers available to see just how well we are doing. The first year, we got clobbered with a $55,000 bill that really should not have been. SCE, it was an after-the-fact change in policy, and came back at us, and we weren't willing to do anything about it. I always felt that we should have, but in any event, the IMF follows a lot of this, and I have a document that I'll hand out to you, titled Falling Costs Make Wind Solar More Affordable. Solar and wind are perhaps, with hydro, the lowest cost power available today, and it's just dropped significantly. So from 2 years ago, I would think it would be worth our while getting a solar company here, one that perhaps installed our original, to see what it would look like today on a per kilowatt basis to determine whether or not we should be continuing to install solar in the community. Thank you. And I'll hand this out to you.
Okay. Let's give it to Laurie. She'll take care of it. All right.
Bill Walsh is the next speaker.
Bill Walsh, 3162C. I got the annual budget in the mail. Is that what you had proposed? And I noticed that utilities was over about $5.5 million. And I really would think it would be good if the board, or the boards in general, really started hammering home the cost of water. Because it's not just the fact that it's a scarce commodity, but the 3 aqueducts that bring water into Southern California to make it possible for 20 million people to live here are beginning to fail. They're going to have to be repaired, and it's probably, we all talk about electricity, but probably water is going to continue to be at ever-increasing cost for the community and for the individuals. And I think people really need to be reminded constantly that overuse of water is going to really place a burden on the budgets in this community. I also looked at the finance report on electricity, and I was really, really happy to see that we're staying on budget this year. I think our annual budget's $325, and we're entering the period in which our solar is going to be producing a lot of electricity, and it's very encouraging that that solar project is starting to pay off, because if I remember, our electricity budgets were close to $500,000 a year, and we've got a budget this year of $325,000. So I want to thank the committee again for following, continuing to support those projects. And lastly, I got word that there was a problem somewhere. Is somebody going to talk about a problem with some of the solar? We had an outage in the solar system. Is anybody aware of that?
No, they haven't. No, we did. We had a problem. We had a problem a while ago, and actually, Guy was all on top of it because Ernesto was out of town. And the really good thing is Solar Optimum was very cooperative as opposed to the other company who wasn't cooperative. So they really worked with us, and we had to do dredging or so, yeah, there was a problem.
But it's been corrected and you're on your way? Okay.
It's in the process right
Right,
now.
yeah,
So
but
It's in
Solar
the process.
Optimum
But we-
is,
Was it on one
Really?
was it on one building, or is
it was one building.
One,
Right.
and they had to do retrenching, it was, and, but Solar Optimum was right there.
Was it on the buildings that we trenched? Or was it on one of the?
Yes, it was on the buildings that we trenched, and it was one of the longer runs. It was the 375 foot run. And it took some time to find the issue because we didn't want to pull cable back through if there was a problem. So we had to camera the line, find
wow.
the problem.
Wow.
So there was a lot involved. We're at the point where we're in the process of getting it taken care of. And as you said, Solar Optimum is working with us on
No,
that.
as I said, he didn't even know.
I'm sorry.
That's great. So has electricity been reported off of that building? Or, I mean, in other words, are we getting credit for anything from, are we losing money from electricity production on the solar?
Well, anytime, the solar is down, I mean, it's
So
not
we're-
producing
and so
anything.
And how long has it been down?
It's been, I don't know the exact time, but it's about a month.
Whoa. Okay. Well, good. At least you're getting it fixed maybe
Oh, yeah,
before
but
the
they
real
were
thing.
on it, they found out about it right away. I mean, really did, so.
Good.
But I just want to answer one thing. You've been away. Third board has a water committee.
Yes.
Third board asked the other boards if they wanted to work with us on a water committee because water was such an issue, and none of the other boards were interested.
Oh, my goodness.
And I won't look around the room, but I was really surprised. Jack, who is in the hospital, but Jack's chairing the committee, and he's really involved in it. But we have tried to do a lot of it where Eileen has tried to do more education for the residents because it's two-part. It's utilization, for irrigation, but that there's also utilization by the residents. So we're trying to do a lot more. We put more information in the newsletter to educate people. We had somebody speaking, not at our last board meeting, but the meeting before, from the Department of Water and Power. Catherine Freshley was there with the person. They gave us a lot of collateral material. We're trying to work out something where we can have low-flow toilets installed, like, we haven't told M&C yet, but really make it like such a deal, because they're doing the rebates again. There are a lot more rebates.
Oh.
Unfortunately, we can't rebate washing machines. There are a lot more rebates for landscape in areas where we don't have the recycled water, so Gate 14 and Gate 11, and we have a project plans for Gate 14. So we're really trying, but I wish that we had more, just like we have the energy task force, we should put together a water task force, and they said they weren't interested.
Well, keep
So
at them
what could-
because we.
what
we-
could I say?
Yeah, I hear you. And the only other question on the solar, if it's Solar Optimum's issue, would they pay us anything for the loss of electric production?
So the issue, it's complex. It could be between the boring company and Solar Optimum. We feel that both parties, so Solar Optimum stepped up, and they're covering half. The warranty is out.
Okay.
And it's not 100% on them. We could not get the boring company to participate in savings, so, but Solar Optimum did their part.
Okay.
So, I mean, in that sense, we were pleased because
Right.
they didn't just say warranties out, because at least they're smart enough to say, hey, there could be more opportunity in this community.
we hope so.
Right. But other people didn't say that.
Yeah.
So I think, they said they stepped up right away, so we haven't pushed it. Just like
Okay.
I know Ernesto and Jeff are pushing the lighting company to tell them, hey, we aren't happy with that first.
Pilot.
So we don't think we should pay for it.
Okay.
So
All right.
we're
Thanks a
trying
lot.
to be
All right.
frugal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
You have one other speaker, and it is Ricardo Coretti.
I don't know if this is your jurisdiction, but I want to make a comment about the newly installed bars with photocell in some gates.
The what?
The what?
The bar, when you get to the gate,
Oh,
there is the
yeah.
bar with the...
Arms, you mean the arms?
The arm.
arms, yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Whatever.
sorry. So that's controlled by a photocell or a proximity switch or some kind of device that reads the car
Right, uh-huh.
approach. Okay. The problem I see that there is not enough range. You have to go really close to this.
You know,
There.
that is a fabulous point.
Oh, good.
Because today, for the
Okay.
first time, I drove through Gate 7, and I was right up to the arm and said, "Oh, I wonder if it's going to come up."
Yeah,
So
and
it's
that's
really,
notice
yeah.
some people, they get intimidated by
Right,
things,
right.
so they stop too far, so it never opens.
Right, or
And
you
you
get
have a
right on
buildup
top
of
of it
people
and you,
behind.
right, and, yeah, and I was right on top of it and I was like,
So you
stop.
have really, there is a way technically to change that. First of all, I noticed the angle of that photocell, it's, it's too close to the entrance. So it can be changed, but also the range of the proximity switch can be increased. So that as long as you get, close enough, but not too close, the bar goes up and you can go.
Well, this is.
Otherwise, it's really a nuisance.
No,
Because
but
all the
they-
time
no.
you go to the grocery store, you have
Yeah, but on the other side, if anyone drove through Gate 7, you are no longer leaving the bottom of your car. Because that big, today was the first day I drove through there, and I drive a sports car, and it was always like, oh, God. And there's nothing, it's all, I thought it's all gone. Imagine how much money was wasted with that, but it's all gone. So, but we will report that and have,
Okay,
even though
good.
this isn't the right committee, we'll report it because we have the right people here.
very good. Thank you.
And it's just like opened today, yesterday?
I think yeah, I saw that it was open today, so I
Yes,
said, oh, I have to go try
It
it.
just opened today, I think.
But it isn't just Gate 7. I noticed that
All of
that
them,
from
well,
some of the other
right.
gates too.
Yes,
Now, I
so,
was
Just
referring
too
to
close.
Gate 8,
actually,
where there's
so,
only a little bump.
oh, well, at Gate 7, but I think but if it takes long and people just stop there and wait, I mean, so we'll have somebody check it out.
We had a discussion about this, let me turn this off. It all depends also on the height of the car.
Oh.
So your car being so low, you may have to get closer because my
Well,
car
I
is
was almost
higher.
under it.
So we'll have to change something so you don't have to go under.
No, I won't be able to drive in through the gates, I'll have to go in as a guest. But Steve had his hand up.
Yes, Steve.
So the communication protocol is RFID. It's not a photosensor, right? And something that I have been concerned with as well recently myself was that when the RFIDs are put on the headlights, if you've got a pickup truck and the headlight's up here, and if you have a small compact car and the headlight's down here, there is a range in heights where this RFID has to be picked up. So particularly on the newly installed gates, fine tuning that radar system back to where it is. Additionally, there's a time loop, a minimum time loop between the time the gate arm can come up and it has to go back down before it can be raised again. So some of this may just be fine tuning the new gates. Some of it may require that we establish a better protocol during the registration
At least we don't all have to get the
process.
same size car.
No, that it's got to have to be, I mean, headlights now are wrapped around like this, right? They're not flat like they used to be when you drive up. So they're curved. So if you put it over here as opposed to in the front of the light, do you know what I mean?
Do you think we should start a committee?
No,
Oh,
I just
right.
think.
Because maybe you wanted to
No,
share it.
no, I think Chuck Holland, who's the IT guy, could probably come up with.
But it's important that we let him know these different.
Right. So
things.
I would say that this should go.
FMC issue.
I know, but they're not here. There's only one person from GRF who's here.
Guys,
Well, that's why I said Guy's going to take care of all of it. Well,
So
most of it.
I think it's
Some of it.
a resident services, Christine Spar.
No, I think
and-
that, yeah.
And Chuck, from the technical level, that they need to make sure that when the RFIDs are installed on the vehicles, they're installed in a place that is optimum for the sensors to pick them up.
So
Just-
noted.
So is it not?
Yes, I can follow up with Chuck and let him know the issue. It's radio frequency, RF. Yeah.
Right, RFID, radio frequency identification, right.
Okay, so do we have any other speaker? All done? So let's move on to the next item.
And thank you for allowing me to answer. I was trying to do it in a fast manner.
Thank you for doing it. You are very well informed. Okay, so next item is department head update. Guy, would you like to run us through that?
Certainly, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to do Ernesto a good service here and get through some of the items that he had on his list. So mailroom flooring, we're looking at, I believe that we were asked to bring back some pricing on the mailroom flooring for replacing that flooring in the garden villas. We came back, we have an estimate of $2,700 to change out the flooring in the garden villa mailrooms.
This is for all of them or per?
No, that's per mailroom.
Is there any paper, is this just you reporting, or is there a page to follow?
No, it's just a reporting from,
Okay, so that's on future agendas, though. I think that
It's
we
a-
would need more than one number thrown up.
well, it's an update, and I think the question is, do we want to propose this for the 2020 budget? Is this something that you want us to bring in the budget as a line item?
I think that it has to be addressed as a need item, because we're not at the point of cosmetic perfection. We're at the point of, let's try to get rid of as many leaks as possible first. So if there was a mailroom that, just like in the elevators, that needed to be replaced, then we would do it. Remember, we didn't do all the elevators, so I think that then that's how it has to be done. So you would know how many mailrooms that you're working on need new floors.
Okay.
And only, so, maybe if you're gonna do 10 mailrooms, maybe you budget for 2, because probably 2 out of 10 need to be replaced. So, that's what I would do.
It's not.
Reserve item currently, we have no funding unless we take it out of operating.
Okay, so I'm being informed that it's not currently a reserve item. It would be coming out of the operating
It
budget.
shouldn't be out of the operating budget. It should be we have a mailroom makeover reserve component.
Oh, okay, it's not currently part of the renovation program, but we can add it there. as
That's where
needed
it
for
should be, and it
contingency.
should
Okay.
be done as a,
A contingency
As
item?
needed basis.
but as a percentage of, again, 10 mailrooms, 10% or 20%, and that's how you would probably do it. But we
Understood.
can't- Imagine if we ever did all the elevators. Remember that, Bill, you were on then? We would be like
Next year.
Okay. Yeah, we're only working on 4 next year. That's all
4,
that's
so then
left.
budget for 1. No,
Very good. No, I understand.
unless you want to have an elevator committee. I mean, a mailroom floor committee. No.
However,
Yes, Steve.
if you look at the project report on the third page, the last item, number 10, it talks about Garden Villa mailroom renovations. And it says that there were 10 mailroom renovations for that year, for 2019, with a budget of $70,000. So it was $7,000 per mailroom
Without the floor.
without the floors. So I
That's
think the
why I
question
used the
going
number 10.
forward- Yeah, so I think the question going forward is for 2020, do you want to allocate the additional $27,000 into the budget so that while they're replacing walls and ceilings and trim and the rest of the stuff at the bottom, I mean, it seems, if you're going to go into a mailroom and you're going to have to pull up the vinyl trim around the baseboards, and then you're going to do drywall or whatever you're going to do, not to do the floor at the same time is going to make re-flooring a bigger process as an additional step later, I would think. So just a matter for consideration.
It depends upon the need.
If you're renovating the whole room.
Well, we renovate the elevators to the tunes of $70,000, but we don't do the floors because it wasn't another necessary expense. So if somebody were to go into the 10 mailrooms and say, I was in the 10 mailrooms and 8 out of 10 are disgusting, then we'd say, let's budget it. I haven't been in the mailroom, so I don't know the status. But once they decide, then we would do it.
Well, right now, we are discussing almost like a budget meeting. This is a department head update. Let him just give us the update so we can.
I have a question
Yes,
about
John.
the update. With regard to that $2,700 figure, was that an estimate based on using a third-party vendor? And is it like for like, or did you use a different material for the flooring?
Using third party.
It is BFC and like for like.
Okay, so it's an outside service, and it would be like for like is the pricing that we receive.
What's on it? What's on it now?
Ceramic tile.
Yeah, it's a ceramic tile. And that's what we have in the elevators at this time, and we're changing that out to a vinyl.
So then,
So let's wait for Ernesto to come and discuss this in a different
well, he
venue.
was just trying to get ready for our budget
Yeah.
meeting, just in case Ernesto was out of town. That's all.
Okay.
But
I
why
just
didn't-
wanted to report that we did go out for an estimate. We
Yeah.
bring back some costs, and we can discuss it further at a different time.
Not
That's
that we
fine.
don't appreciate what you're doing, but it's just that we don't want to do this and turn this meeting into a budget meeting.
I do.
Yeah, please. So, let's continue with our report.
Anything else, Guy?
I know. Not on the mailroom, but I do have some other
Yes, please.
items.
Go for it.
So currently, we have a budget for gutter repair and replacement. However, we wanted to include in this or another budget for the replacement or the addition of gutters where needed. So we're finding that because there are not gutters in certain areas, it causes drainage issues. And we want to address those drainage issues by adding a line item to the budget in 2020 to add gutters where there are no gutters currently. And so I just wanted to bring that, to your attention, that's going to be something that we'll bring up later.
That's a good thing.
Good item. We are aware of it, yes. What else?
So I wanted to just give an update on the water heater backlog. We're down to 28 tickets in our Stellar, which is obviously our in-house program that we use to manage the data. So that's down from, okay. So I have this as a part of reporting. There was some question about the cost. There was an estimated amount of $1,700 to replace a water heater through the chargeable services. However, that's just an estimate. We're tracking these at about $1,200 for a replacement, per replacement. That's due to the flood stop that was a part of the city's requirement.
So what I'm understanding it, that there is a span of 1,200 to 1,750, depending upon what accessories are required, where the water heater is located. If it's and what it needs, like a drain pan or the flooding device.
Watts device. It's called a Watts.
Watts
W-A-T.
device, so
Yes.
it depends on what accessories you need to add.
This is true. It depends on the location and what is required to install.
Correct. That's a good thing.
Can
Also
I
the size of the water heater that's being replaced.
Yes,
Can
yes,
I-
Bunny.
just make one comment? Because I was reading the chargeable services on that particular line item. And I don't see anywhere on the flyer, I guess you'd call it, where it indicates that that's an estimate only. And my concern was, what is, staff going by? It just says it's 1721 or something
No,
like that.
it
Yeah.
indicates on the flyer that the costs aren't exact.
Yes, estimated cost includes service, charge, labor, and materials unless specified otherwise. It's at the top of the column where the dollar amounts are.
Okay, I had one, I didn't see it. I didn't see where it showed that.
The greatest difficulty that we
It's on the
have,
top.
the
Oh,
greatest
okay,
difficulty
okay.
that we have
Okay.
is that we're having a lot of billing issues.
Right. Right,
Those are
okay.
different.
That's a different committee.
Yes.
Our treasurer will have to take care of that.
That's true.
Okay.
What else you got, Guy?
So just reporting that the dry replacements are complete. And we did pass out the chargeable service list and the amount of activity on that chargeable services. So if you have any questions on that, and that's it.
I asked for this report, the chargeable service report, because I just wanted to know how it was doing, and at some point in time, you might say, I want to take these items off, nobody ever gets it. Or people are calling for this and it isn't on the list. So that was why I wanted to see it, because I thought it was really, it was interesting.
Cool.
And you're getting quite amount of revenue from that, as you noticed at our finance meeting.
Sure.
And we haven't received complaints except for the billing, not the service, the billing.
Are you,
That concludes my report.
You don't have any new staffing things to report?
I'm here.
I thought that
No, we have
I thought
some-
somebody was
Do we?
I thought somebody was
I
leaving.
don't know if we want to report that at this time.
We know who it is, we know, are they staying?
It may or may not be official yet.
Okay, all right, so I'll keep it a secret.
okay. So
We know.
yeah.
Then it
So
has
that was-
nothing to do with Ernesto, so don't anybody in the room panic. It's not, don't panic, it is not Ernesto.
So do you want to move right into the programs report?
No, what we have to do is the consent calendar, so you
Or
want.
we have to
you
approve
You have to decide if you want to approve the whole consent calendar, which we should have done when we did the agenda, which I didn't do, or review the items separately, or et cetera.
Are 8, 9, and 10 part of the consent calendar?
Yes, they are.
I definitely have questions. So how
Okay,
do we get to
so-
that?
So then,
We pull everything out.
How do we do that?
so, okay, if there was a consent, if we were gonna, we should have done this during the agenda. We
Right.
should have said, I would like to remove items 8, 9, and 10. Sorry. From the consent calendar. So, we could, at this point, when we vote you could vote to approve the consent calendar, and you could say, I want a motion to approve the consent calendar. And I could
Okay,
say, I make the
so-
motion, he could say, I consent it. And then you say, but I want to remove item 8.
So let me request a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I so move.
And that
Anybody
means
second?
No questions on the project log?
No, no,
Come back.
no.
Okay.
First we approve,
Then
Then
we
I-
seconded, then,
Bunny second. Bunny second.
second.
Second,
And
okay.
then you say, but I
Any-
would like to
Pull.
pull the
Anybody wants to
consent
pull
calendar.
anything from
So
the-
I would like to remove the project log.
Okay.
okay?
I want to remove the program, just pull all 3 out of the damn thing.
There isn't anything that you could
Just
approve?
quick questions, but I mean, if we have to pull them out to ask questions.
Okay, so then we would change the motion to not approve the project log and pull all the items. So this is really, so, okay,
Pulling them all off.
so I change,
Do you want to change your motion?
I want to change my motion. Is that possible? Is anybody going to correct me on Robert's rules here? All right. I would like to change my motion to not approve the consent calendar,
Okay,
and instead handle all the items individually.
Can't we amend the consent calendar to remove the items and then approve that? and
No,
move on?
that's even worse.
even difficult.
All right, so
So-
could you second that, and then we could vote
I
on it?
second that.
And then we could vote
All
on
in
it.
favor?
All right, so now we're going to do them one by one.
Okay.
But in technicality, being that I'm only here for a few more months, we should do that at the before.
This should be done at this time.
So Lori, could you keep everybody in line?
I was thinking that you really weren't going to pull it this time.
Okay, so moving on with item number 8, since it's all off the consent calendar, can we work on the program report? programs report. Which one do we want to work on?
The first one, programs report.
Okay,
So is there anything,
We have
any
several.
questions on that?
On item 8, correct?
Yes,
I have a question, yes.
okay. Go ahead.
yes, go ahead, sorry.
Thanks. I was just hoping you could spend a second and hit the bottom line highlights for me. I can't make out from this report where we're at. I mean, there's things, I understand all these variances, but when I look at the total cost, and I'm on agenda item 8, page 1 of 1, and this appears to combine the prior to paint and paint programs. So I was trying to tie it into the project log and see, no numbers agreed with any other numbers I could find. So are we on track? I mean, that's probably the easiest question I can ask. Are we on track? Because some of this stuff, when I tried to do the math, like we were way over, but I figured maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Yeah, so one's March and one's when?
It's possible that the project log is February.
So if you're trying to compare to the project log and this document, there may be a variance between the two because they're published at different times. And that information at the time that they're published would obviously be different because these programs do move quickly and work is done. I'm not sure I completely understand. Are you asking if we have an overage on the prior to paint or if we're under on it?
If everything goes as it's going now at the end of the year, how do you see this ending up?
Okay, so we gave some
Yes,
projections,
it's
right?
less than the budget.
Yeah, it's less than what we have budgeted for the year.
Projections.
The projections, I think
Yeah, they're handed.
we provided the projections. You should have
Yes,
that.
we did.
Okay.
So just to be clear, I'm looking at this report, which was very clear, but this report seems to have nothing to do with this report in terms of trying to reconcile numbers. I just want to be sure this report's telling me the same story as this one, if I were to understand this report, correct?
Well, it should at some point in time. I don't know if you can reconcile based on when the information was provided. There may be some variances. I can't tell you what those variances are.
I think the primary reason why we used to do the program report wasn't as much as looking for money, looking at the money, because we look at the money in the financial reports. This was really to see, were we on target? I mean, yes, the two of them do tie together, but there have been times that we're only like, it's November, and you're only at 30% of your painting, and you're never going to get it done. So this was supposed to really let you know how you were on your, right. Thank you, Steve.
So what are the 3 key takeaways from this piece of paper? I just see nothing that's telling me anything I need to know, and I'm trying to understand how to read it.
Completed buildings, dry rot, structures.
I basically would say that the biggest takeaway from this report is that we're pretty much on schedule, though I do have something. Where are you on providing a new paint palette? The committee hasn't received, so if we're talking about, we haven't received a new paint palette for years.
As far as I'm aware, staff doesn't initiate a new paint palette selection unless the board asks for one.
We asked for it last year.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that, so it's
No, well,
not in progress, but
Well,
we can
there
certainly.
should be one, because we can't become stale, so it should be initiated by MNC also. Somebody could come, the boards change and say, we've been painting these buildings the same colors for 10 years. There's a
Would
new
you like that to
painting.
add that to the July agenda? And we
Yes.
can bring back a color
Yeah.
palette
Yes.
selection?
I don't know if July is enough time, but it definitely should be done so that for next year,
Next-
you would have a new, you know what you have to do? You have to put it around, let people look at it, blah, 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 so.
I'll put it
it's-
on the items for future agendas.
Right. So go ahead, go to,
John, is your question answered?
Yeah, as far as it sounds like it's going to be, yes.
Yes, okay. So, next item, maintenance and expenditure and variance explanation?
I think that's what he was talking about.
no, he was talking about the other report.
Oh, okay.
When you included this, you should have actually put your one in with your forecast. I mean, we only got it at the finance meeting, but it would be good to have it with this because you put the effort of doing it. You did it. So we don't know, we can't ask you about the future because we don't have it with us.
So I had a question on my quick question on the variance
Finance,
reports.
okay?
Okay.
Yeah, just basically wanted to get some input on plumbing service. I mean, it looks like things are kind of out of control, and some of the, resident comments seem to support that. Is there any discussion of strategies to mitigate this, or are we just going to have to deal with it as it comes and face a huge overage by the end of the year?
You're talking about operating.
Number 11 on agenda item 9, page 4 of 4.
Which is the operating fund, not reserves.
Right, exactly. Just, it seems, we are always talking about, can we identify these things ahead of time and
Right.
do something about it? This seems like the perfect example.
Well, it's 23% over, so.
Right, and it sounds like there's a big laundry list of them waiting to be done.
So Guy, you have anything to say?
Yeah, it is out of whack. There is an explanation why it's rising. The criteria of what an emergency call would be was changed. And due to those changes, security is going straight to the outside vendor during off hours. And those bills are piling up. We're recognizing those now. We're seeing that, happening. So, but it is due to that, largely due to that change in the policy for emergencies.
Right.
Okay, but, so do you know what that is?
A little bit, yeah. I've talked to as many people as will listen to me over and over on some of those remediation claims. They're charging emergency visit fees when they start in the middle of a workday and end up staying an hour late. They charge a full emergency fee. So, when you're this far over, it's like look for any way to save money you can. And I don't know if that's ever been dug into with the providers to see if there's some way to get some of that cost under control, because it adds up to thousands a month just in the emergency visit fees that I was seeing.
Yeah, this is really for off hours. I'm unaware of, us making calls when we have staff to handle an emergency. Typically, our staff would handle it. Those crews would go out and take care of the emergency.
But on the other side, if we're spending so much money on emergency, perhaps we have to relook at our staffing. No, I mean, I don't know what the numbers are, but if it always seemed, in the past, before we called in emergency people, we would just let it keep flooding all weekend, and then the amount of moisture was ridiculous. So we said, this is the best thing, we're addressing it. But perhaps we have to relook at our staffing. Are we spending so much on outside company because that we would be better off having a staff available? Or is that just the luck of the draw and we have to keep having it that way? But I think that it should have a little bit of an analysis. What do you keep filling in my words for? No.
I believe that was looked
We have
at.
to make a decision. Well, the thing is, but now you have more history. So that's something that business is a living thing. So it could be changing, I don't know. So it might be something that you decide to look at again. So that's a good question. Can you just?
It is, and we can look at the leak report, and then we can look at those services that were provided over the weekends or off hours and reevaluate, whether more staff is
Yeah,
needed
I
or
think-
weekend staff or how they want to do it, because I think there's some union issues involved there with bringing staff out on, the weekends.
There couldn't be. There's a difference in the sense that this is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week thing. This isn't the Goodyear tire plant. Well, it's true. So we have to, because I worked with unions all the time, you have to allow for the emergency. So I don't think they could say, you can't have somebody work on Saturday. So I think we should just reevaluate it. That's the best word. Reevaluate it and come back with it. This is good, this is the way it is, we have to budget it, or, we could do it better if we did it
Okay,
this way.
and I didn't mean to allude that staff would not work on weekends or work overtime. I just think there's some union contract how that goes about. I'm unfamiliar, so I won't speak anymore
Okay.
to that point.
Be a Jeff issue.
Well, okay,
Or
so we're
whoever.
just going to say, so that you could
Okay.
reevaluate, because, so could you put that on our next month's agenda?
Yes.
And Kush will be
Yes.
gone, so I'll be in charge of that meeting.
Indeed. I'd be happy. Yes, Steve?
Guy, on item 12, or line item 12 on that, on the solar maintenance, on the solar panels cleaning, they were cleaned in April. Can you tell us what the schedule is? Is it April and October, or, because you have 2 cleanings a year, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And no, I can't tell you what those times are. I can get that information for you, but offhand, I don't know.
If you could get it back to
Okay,
everybody
I
on the
can-
committee,
I can
think
get
that
that
would be helpful.
information.
And the cost of the cleaning is a little over $3,000 for all of the panels at the semi-annual, if it's semi-annual cleaning. Is that where we are?
You done?
We spent $3,141 on cleaning, and we've had 1 cleaning this year.
Okay.
If you
so-
know.
Well, it doesn't,
No,
no.
this looks like the maintenance. But this is, right, so the expenditures are through March, but, this, I don't know if this is solely for panel cleaning. I mean, we do have a contract for maintenance with the vendor.
Right, and part of it is the
Right,
cleaning
is
is a
cleaning.
separate breakout
Correct.
on an occurrence level.
Correct.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I don't think the cleaning's hit this budget yet, by the way.
Okay. Yes,
Now,
John?
if you look at your notes on page 12, it says the solar panels were cleaned in April.
Yes,
The
that's
variance will
true.
be cleared once the invoice is received.
Yes, so I don't believe the invoice has been received from that cleaning.
Correct.
So my other, I hope fairly brief question is really more for Rosemarie, just to make sure I'm reading it right, and that is, looking at janitorial service, and they're saying there are 2 staff vacancies, and then there was other information saying that the garbage collection people that were assigned to it are costing us like $25,000 a year, if I read it right?
No.
And, well, but we were 200,000 over budget, so I'm just trying to get a handle on, we're short staff, and we're not spending nearly what we thought we were, at least what I was told was going, so you understand my question? I'm just trying to say, what's the reality of these staffing issues on janitorial? So if that's a legit question, take it from there, but I just couldn't figure out how those numbers made sense.
It's a little conflicting information,
Well-
but
I would assume, but Chris is here, and he could make me not assume. I would assume that we were short janitorial staff. I don't know, I mean, we put the guys who go around and pick up the trash, we coded under janitorial. Is
Right.
that what was short?
The shortage is the overall.
would you like to come to the podium?
If you don't want to, you can come anyway.
Now, on the janitorial side, I mean, we are showing a little bit of savings because we do have some vacancies. So that's why you're seeing right now, the estimated shortage in expenditures.
And what didn't you clean? Could we keep that dirty?
That's good. Or are we getting it covered with less staff?
No, well,
That was
we're-
legitimate.
No, we don't know, I mean,
Sure, we're doing our best right now to finagle it the best that we can to make it all work. Typically, what does not get cleaned when we have shortage, the part that suffers, are either the laundry room or some of the lower priority things within the.
well, I have to tell you that in the past, if somebody complained about janitorial, what they would do is they would just take the worker and move it to another building. And you know this, Ed, you've been around, and now, and living in a 3-story building that gets janitorial, there are no complaints. And one day or twice, I saw a cobweb, and I said, I'm gonna have to report that, because the guys aren't, and then the next week, it was gone. So your staff is doing a much
We do our best. It's a balance
they
of
just
moving
do.
people
They do
around
a
to
much
get the
better job.
priorities done.
They do. I believe that they do a better job. Do they do a better job? See, Ed, who's sitting there in the audience, lives in a 3-story building also.
Well, thank you.
So they really do a better job, because I mean,
No, it's definitely a challenge, and John, it's a struggle when we're short-staffed to maintain that high service level, like Rosemary's saying, trying to get the priority areas that are important. But yes, things do suffer when we're short-staffed.
Well, you're doing a good job of training them.
Well, which budget are we trying to tie to, though? Because last year, that was a strategic planning item. We were 200,000 over budget. Is that now our new budget that we're working
No.
towards, or are we able to
In
pull back on that?
janitorial, he also has included the garbage pickup people.
I think that is the most important thing, the bulky item pickup, that is.
And we're going to discuss that.
Okay, I'll come back to it when we get to
No, but
that.
we're going to discuss that on the day that we do the M&C budget.
Okay.
It's on
No, I-
But
I
it's
have
on
a-
the
I have a
agenda today
report
also.
for the
And he has
bulky
a
item
report
today as
today,
well.
so
Correct.
good. All right,
Yeah.
good job.
Thank
I
you.
think we should discuss it when it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Steve?
I have a question for Chris. In the janitorial service budget, how many people do you have in the janitorial service that are out in the field, do you know?
Between United and Mutual,
Yeah.
I believe it's around 18, 19 janitorial staff.
Okay, and how many are you short?
Overall, we're kind of, I believe we're short 2
Okay.
right now.
Because a little different, my experience from Rosemarie's is that, and maybe you can clarify this, I've seen the standalone laundry rooms not get serviced when they were supposed to be serviced. So is that primarily where the work, because of the shortages, is not being done?
That's one of the areas that turns out to be
Right.
one of the lower
The
priority
standalone loan, okay. And then in the event, when someone like Rosemarie calls and says, there's a cobweb in the laundry room on the third floor of 4004, do you actually pull a guy off of duty that day and send them over there? or
No,
we
we
s-
would, on something like that, we would not pull them, but we try
No.
to service each unit once a week.
Okay.
And the following week, we would make sure we get the copy.
Hey,
And from a budget standpoint, is anyone putting in overtime?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, can you indulge me one more question?
Okay.
All right, this will
And I
say.
think I recognize that Bill Walsh wanted to say something
Okay.
also after you.
So Chris, just to be done with my questions about this whole issue, and then when you do your report, I want of anything, your year-end projection is almost 100,000 lower, and I'm assuming you had something to do with this, almost
Yeah.
100,000 lower than the total budget. Are you
Yes.
standing behind that with the hiring you've got in mind and the bulky item pickup? That includes everything you're
Yes, it
seeing
does.
coming? Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Bill, you wanted to say something?
Make it good, Bill.
When Mark was here, we decided May and October would be the time that we would clean panels. My understanding from reading what's up in the village, that these panels were cleaned in late April this year. So, Mox Nix and that, one way or the other, but twice a year, and it was arbitrary. I don't think there was any science behind it. It gets dusty here within 3 or 4 days after a rainfall, so, we're gonna have dust on those panels a lot. And I haven't had my panels cleaned in 5 years. And they're doing okay. I can see month to month, year over year, and they're still producing. So just to let you know on that.
Did it
okay?
make any difference in the production when you had them not cleaned?
The rain did.
Okay.
I could see that from when the rains came, it washed my panels off. And there would probably be, but it's going to cost me $125 to $200 to have someone come and clean my panels and to make up that cost and difference amount of production that I'm producing. Now, that doesn't mean that's true. You can't extrapolate to mean that's true in the big arrays that we have on those buildings. So, but anyway,
Good to
just
know.
to let you know.
Good to know. Okay, so are we done with that item? Okay, so what is our next item?
The next item would be you
The project
doing the
log?
project log.
Okay. All right. So, Guy, do you want to walk us through the project log, where we are, what we're doing, some highlights?
I don't have any updates at this time.
On the entire project log?
Yeah, the new project log, the updated project log is due on the 17th of this month.
Okay?
So we're in the process of making the updates so that we can publish
Bonnie
that.
has questions and she's not here.
Well, she's missed a window of opportunity. We'll come back to this item. Let's move to the next item. We were going to discuss item number 16 before we went into the other reports, correct?
Yes, and we have two speakers for item 16.
Okay.
Do we want to have a guide, just give an update on his report that he handed out to the board, to the committee? And then we can call the speakers?
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I believe Chris is here for item 11. If that's the only one he's here for, let's get that one out of the way. No, that's all right? Okay, good.
Okay, we could do that.
No, he says that's not the case.
That's not the case, okay. Okay, let's do 16 first.
16 may take a while. Are you sure you don't want to get up here and get it done?
If it's gonna be really long, I can give my report.
It will be.
Well, thank you, then.
Let's take Chris first, I think.
Decide, and he is willing to wait.
Well, if 16 is going to take a while. Your call.
I would recommend doing 11, Mr. Chair.
Let's wait for a minute for Bunny. Bunny? So let's do item 16 and do the streetlights first.
Okay, so I did hand out, or we handed out, a report. And on that report, we've provided a recommendation to direct staff to proceed with the proposed streetlight pilot, which is in attachment A. And I just want to kind of explain. So we took the comments at the April 8th meeting and we compiled that to try to make sure that we develop a pilot that covers all the items that were discussed in that meeting. And so after taking all the information back, we put together a pilot that we feel addresses all of the issues that were brought out in the meeting. And so if you want to, the first portion of the first page is really a request for recommendation and pricing from Siemens. I don't know if you remember, Alex spoke at the April 8 meeting. So this is a letter from me to him, asking him to provide the recommendations, the fixtures, and pricing on those. The thought process is to bring some fixtures to either a committee or an appointed body for a selection of the style of fixtures, because there's so many styles of fixtures. We want to make sure that we're, it's a large spectrum, it's very broad. We want to narrow it down, and we want to bring those fixtures, or we want Siemens to recommend some fixtures that fit within the criteria for our site-specific needs.
Right.
So they will bring that. We're still waiting on that information. I was hoping to have it for this meeting, but they weren't able to bring it to us. But we will bring that to you. Once we have that, we've outlined the pilots that we're proposing. So if I can walk you through and explain each of them and why it was determined, or why we selected these locations and different configurations. So if you look at the pilot 1 that we're proposing.
You start on the bottom of your letter.
Yes, it's at the bottom. It was the way it was printed out for this. So if you look at that, pilot 1 is for the existing Cobra heads. We're not going to propose a different type fixture other than a Cobra head. So the location was recommended that we look at gate 7 during the meeting, and so that we did select some Cobra heads that are at gate 7. I've actually identified the pole numbers that we would be installing those fixtures. I want to make sure that, there's no room for misinterpretation of where we want these and that we get what we're asking for. So that's why I included the pole numbers. The first fixture that we're going to propose is the General Electric. I think that, plus it's going to be on a 30-foot pole. So that was a part of what we were asked, to pilot different size, different height poles. And so as we go through this, you're going to see that we selected different height poles. But I can tell you the majority of poles that we own of these assets are 16 foot in height. That is the majority. I would say almost 90% of our poles are at 16 foot. So the 30-foot, we're going to put the LED fixtures, and we're also going to, because we heard back, part of the feedback was, well, do we use the 3,000 or the 4,000 Kelvin? We're going to provide one 3,000 and one 4,000 on next to each other so that it's easily identified, the 3 from the 4, and which fixture is, preferred out of those two. But we're going to also, we've reached out to Siemens to get a recommendation for a second Cobra head. So the poles will be next to each other. Each pole has their dual Cobra head fixtures. So we're going to put the same fixture, but a 3,000 on one side and a 4,000 on the other side. And it will be easily, you can take a look at that and see the difference, because they'll be side-by-side comparison, and they're the same fixture. We're also going to use another pole with the same configuration with a different fixture recommended by Siemens. And like I said, we're waiting on their pricing and recommendations. And then we're going to provide the same thing, a 3,000 and a 4,000 Kelvin.
Are we going to miss one pole in between?
No, they're going to be one pole.
Consecutive?
Yes. The poles are spaced so that one won't bleed over the other.
Okay.
Then our pilot 2, we're going to approach it from a cul-de-sac perspective. Those in the cul-de-sacs, the pole heights are 16 feet high. The width of those cul-de-sacs, that was another thing, different widths we were asked to provide. So if I can just step back, I'm sorry. The street width for the Cobras are 60 to 70 feet. And those are with the 30-foot high poles. So if you look at Pilot 2 with the cul-de-sacs, they're anywhere from 21 to 24 were what we measured out in the field, 16-foot high poles, and we're going to provide two different fixtures on this cul-de-sac. We're looking at cul-de-sac 377. That has 4 poles within that cul-de-sac. So we're going to use one fixture with a 3,000 and a 4,000, and then we're going to use a separate fixture with a 3,000 and 4,000. And we're allowing, again, we're waiting for Siemens to come back with the fixture recommendation and pricing on those. On Pilot 3, it's the through street. That was a recommendation that we look at through streets. So on Pilot 3, we've chosen some streets here. Locations, Via Carrizo between Alta Vista and Paseo del Lago. The street width is 36 feet. The pole heights there are 16 feet. And again, we're asking for Siemens recommended fixtures, and we're going to do the same. We're going to use the same fixture with a 3,000 and a 4,000, so it can be compared.
So I have a question. So we're using only the same fixture over and over and over again? There is no other fixture that we're trying?
No, we are.
Oh, all right.
That's
Okay.
what I started out with.
Okay, thank you.
We're bringing several fixtures for selection prior to the pilot.
All right.
And then if you
Oh,
notice.
excuse me, you're bringing the fixtures prior to the pilot? So they're not going to be part of the pilot?
Well, we want a selection because there's so many fixtures to choose
Okay.
from. We want a selection before we actually move forward with the pilot. We'll give the cut sheet with all the specifications on that fixture so that it will help. It's aesthetics and, you know, what the fixture provides. Because if you remember, in the discussion, we talked about fixture types, or lighting types, they give a different spread depending on the type of the lighting. And that's where you get into the site specifics.
Right.
When Siemens comes out to that site, they'll determine, based on the site specifics, of what type of light disbursement is required in that location. So they'll show on each of these cut sheets what they offer, which each of these fixtures offer. And we're trying to get one that has a variety. We don't want to bring some single, you know, spread of light.
Right.
We want one meeting, please.
And so a part of that, we write on there, use appropriate types of directional lighting. That's what I was just speaking about, to cover front. And this was, again, what we were asked during the meeting to provide, to cover front, back, down sidewalk, and both lanes as required for site-specific for the requirements. We'll look at that as we go further into it and what the spread is on those lights and what they allow. And so on the final one, we're doing intersections. We were asked to provide lighting at intersections. So that's why the fourth pilot. The street width that we selected, Alta Vista via Carrizo and Alta Vista via Buena Vista, via Carrizo, Paseo del Lago. So those are the intersections that we've chosen. There's two heights of poles in those intersections. One is 16 and one is 25. We're going to provide, again, a light at each of the intersections, the same fixture, two separate fixtures, but the same fixture with a 3,000 and a 4,000 Kelvin. So that, again, you can look at the fixture itself and then the difference between the Kelvin in that type of fixture.
So when are you going to have so the next step in technicality is the cut sheets of the fixtures? Is that what's the next step?
Yes, but we would like you to take a look at our proposal of the locations, the heights of the poles, all the particulars in the scope of work, with the exception of the type of fixtures, and give us the direction to proceed with this pilot
Okay.
program.
So in other words, if anyone who is interested in this project has any comments or suggestions or recommendations, they should either get, because they just received this information today, they should either get with our advisor, who is just happy as a little piggy to help work with them, or get with our committee chair and say, you know what, I don't think that's the best intersection, I think this one is better. Is that what you're asking for?
What I'm asking for is to prove the scope of work.
I mean, but I would like so that we don't go through a ton of aggravation. If anybody has anything that they think is better than these, they should either talk to Steve or to Kush within the next week.
Yes, John.
And then forever hold their peace. For the locations. I want to just finish, I didn't want to finish that. And then, so that we would be, that's one part. So then they could say, I think this is, and they could at least get that information to you. But we don't want them to go to you and bother you. They're going to either talk to Steve or Kush.
Okay.
With any thoughts that they have to make this better. And then the next thing after that is we would be looking at the light,
Right.
We need to set a
The
date.
fixture style, the style of fixture.
the style. Okay. So you have to decide,
We'll set a date for that to happen.
right, but we're not inviting the world.
No, it's going to be the limited.
Members from Third
Yes.
and our advisor. I have to be nice to him. All right, and when do you think the timing of that is? Week, 2 weeks, 5 months?
Well, as soon as Siemens can bring this to us, we're waiting for it. They know that, we're asking them to expedite
So you think
this.
like within the month?
Can we do
Oh,
it
definitely
before
within
the
the
beginning
month.
of June?
Yeah, well, that's, All right, well, we're going to try our best to have it done within
We-
this.
because
But as
we're
far
both
as,
gonna
I
be
think
on
that, I just
vacation.
want to point out that we did take all the comments from the
Right,
meeting.
we understand that.
And I'm looking for some sort of approval on this
We are
pilot.
working on it. Just
The
give us
basic thing, though, Guy, is we just got it in our hands this minute, so we cannot expect the board to get a piece of paper now and say, it's okay now. So I'm giving them a week to just look at it and get you their comments. That's fair.
John's next, and then Steve, and then I think Bill.
Hey, Guy. What is is this included under the original contract? Are there additional cost items, and do we have any information to see what those might be?
So there's two parts of this. This will be additional costs based on the contract. However, we're negotiating with Siemens on that cost because we do feel that, there was possibly some inefficiencies to the original pilot. So we're working with Siemens on that. We're negotiating the cost.
Any range you can share that we could start for discussion purposes?
I haven't been given a range. I can tell you, we did supply pricing of some of the fixtures prior in the previous pilot, and the cost could be triple the amount of, some of those fixtures are triple the cost of the fixtures that we provided already. So that's what we've been told. That's why we're trying to get an understanding of the style of fixture, because once we understand the style of fixture, we can start looking at all the particulars.
Okay. Yes, Steve.
How do you feel about asking for specific written comments? What's the date today, the 6th?
6.
Written comment.
14 days?
Written comments on what?
From anybody who has anything to
Okay,
say on the locations?
1 week comments to you or to Kush.
Well, that's what I'm asking Kush.
In 1 week.
1 week.
Okay.
We want to
Comments
move
to your
faster.
So we want them in by the 13th?
And they don't have to be written, they could be.
They should. I think written comments would
email,
be
yeah.
best, so
Email
that
is
there's
good.
no misunderstanding later.
If Bill were to sit down with Kush and say, I think one should be on blah, 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 we don't have to be formal, within a week.
I don't think that Kush and I should have to meet individually with several people. Let them put them stuff in
We
writing.
don't have to meet
We
them,
don't
they
have
can
to
just
meet,
email
it's
it to us.
We just gave them a week.
That's what I'm saying.
If I were in charge, I would be happy to meet with them, but
I have your emails.
Good. You have any comment, Bill?
Yeah, I've been walking around that area. Guy, did you ever look at the circular cul-de-sac 303 their decisions? Because it's a circular one, it's got a lot of poles, cul-de-sac poles on it, and it's going to throw light into people's bedroom windows, one way or the other, because the housing is on both sides of it. On about 377 is Calle Carmenita, and it's against the hillside that comes down. And then if you go Carmenita, you're only going to catch one group of, one side of those manors. If you look at 303, you just take a drive around there. It's off of Alta Vista, but it's got bedroom windows coming on both sides of the cul-de-sac, I believe. And so if you drove around that, and so if people, I'm trying to think of a place that's high traffic for those cul-de-sacs, and that would be, it's a circular cul-de-sac, so it goes completely around, and there's 2 entrances into it, one off of Via Vista and one off of Alta Vista. And it's just a suggestion, and I guess that's the Kush and Steve both, but just go up and have a look at it, drive around it one time at night, and you're going to get a lot of poles in there, and you could leave them, some of the mushroom heads as they are, the high-pressure sodium mushroom heads, and then throw these LEDs in there, and I believe you'll get a lot of comments from the residents, basically.
good comments?
Just get comments. You don't know whether they're going to be good, bad, or ugly. So, just a suggestion.
Anybody else?
We have 2 speakers. Ram Ronan.
Okay. Mr. Ram, Dr. Ram.
I have some questions.
Your name and manor number, please?
Matter number is 3529B, like Baker. 3,000 and 4,000 is the Calvin rating?
Yes.
Correct. That was based on our meeting on April 8th. Those were the comments that we received.
And are these the ones that are on Sociega? Because they don't look like 3,000 and 4,000. They look like 3,000 and 5,000.
No, it's, so A is a 3,000, B was a 3,004, and C was a 4,000.
4,000?
And it was, yeah, and that was a retrofit. And the disbursement was out there. There was no control on that disbursement.
Yeah, I noticed that. I wrote it in my, why not go to the true daylight?
Dr. Raman, could you please speak into the microphone?
Yeah.
People
Why-
who have a hearing aid cannot hear you if you
Why,
don't.
right, why not go into the daylight or skylight, different names for the same thing, which is around 5,000 or 5,500. The eye is much more sensitive in that region. So even if the spread is such that at 100 feet you get less lumens, since the eye is more sensitive, the effective lumens you get are much higher than the 3,000 and even the 4. So it's something to look at, because the daylight is now recommended for even reading, because the eye has to make a lot less of an effort. Okay, so that's one. As far as what you propose for checking the various luminaires or fixtures, you call them, what is important is the reflectivity of the reflector, and will it be the same reflectivity a year hence down the line? Because some of them, they just get tarnished, and then you get a lot less light. They absorb rather than reflect. And of course, the durability of the whole fixture. Personally, I'm less concerned of the looks of it, because whether it's 16 feet or 30 feet, nobody walks in the street and looks up. What they want to have is decent illumination, luminance on the ground. And there was one more thing. Yeah, well, that you'll look at, and that is the power it takes, obviously, the efficiency. The effective efficiency is really determined also by the color. So as I said, the 5,000 or 5,500 appears to be, if anybody buys in any store, should it be Home Depot or whatever, you buy LEDs, they usually give you either the 3,400 or 3,700 and then the 5,000. And the 5,000 is the one that looks more white with a little shade of blue. It looks a little more bright. The same exact bulb will have 700 for the 4,000, 700 lumens and 800 lumens, even though they generate the same amount of light power. The reason one is 800 is because it measures with respect to the sensitivity of the eye. So it looks brighter, and that's important. As far as intersection, I suggested in my email, I looked at a few, and there are some that the first light into, say, a cul-de-sac, or even if you think of the intersection of Sociega and the one that goes up to 5, which is Monte Hermoso, that is so dark that everyone, we live in one of the cul-de-sacs, You come around from Sosiega and go in, everybody makes the same exact comment. Why is it, why? Wow, it is dark here. And we've noticed that people that are not quick on the trigger, the last minute they turn around. That intersection has, that intersection in the first cul-de-sac, that cul-de-sac has buildings on one side and, of course, the hill on the other side. And we've seen cars doing almost. Thank God nothing happened. But they go around and they don't realize it's that close to that wall. So I'm sure there are more intersections like that. I'm familiar with that one, so. That's basically it. If you have any technical questions later on, I'm available. And also, the bulbs you put in, are they replaceable or they're integrated with the fixture?
I believe they're integrated with the fixture, but it's a bulb, so I'm sure that it can be replaced as a bulb. I'm not sure if the driver will need to be replaced or how that works, but we can definitely work with Siemens on that. They do have our maintenance contract, so I'm sure that, they'll want to put something in that is replaceable.
Well, the integrated, non-commercial one I use in homes are not,
Dr. Ram.
you have to replace the whole thing.
Dr. Raman?
Yeah.
At this time, we are trying to, let me step back. These light poles that we are trying to retrofit right now are recently purchased from SCE. Our major goal is to replace the lights on them, and once that is completed, and depending upon how much light it provides, we will start in phase 2 of augmenting it with additional light poles or street walking lights and stuff like that. So all your technical information is very, very well received, and we will set up another meeting where you can have a more in-depth conversation with our staff before we implement the retrofit. But this today is not the correct venue because we are all not so technical to understand. We're just trying to make a executive decision on what to do and what we should do.
No, I understand. I
Yeah.
understand. That
So
most of the comments I made are related to ahead of time know that if we can,
Correct.
is to get 5,000 rather than 3 and 4, getting maybe 3 and 5. That's one.
that's well received.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, John's got his hand up. Yes.
Thanks. I'd like to make a motion, we table staff's recommendation pending the technical information over the next week and financial analysis.
I just want to ask you one question. Is most of the information that I have read, the recommended lumens was like 3,000, and that 4,000 was used in Europe. And this was the first time I heard, and I'm not technical, okay? I'm just doing a little bit of research to help us, come to the right conclusion. So this is the first time I've heard a suggestion of 5,000 lumens. So is that 5,000 lumens based upon?
It's Kelvin, not lumen.
Okay, we have to.
It's what?
It's the color. It's the color of the light.
Oh, yes, I understand that, the color, right. Okay, thank you.
It has nothing to do with the power. And just to give you for the understanding, is you remember that parking lots used to have these yellow sodium lights.
Right.
And then they became the brighter sodium lights, but all they were is a high Kelvin temperature. They were just brighter. And then many of them were replaced with it's called metal halide, and they are bright.
Right.
Light and bright, and there's no shadow.
We need to move forward with this.
Yeah, so That's all I'm saying.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bert Moldow.
I thought we had the other, wanted to speak. The
What?
gentleman with the blue shirt. Didn't he want to speak?
Can
Did
can
he
we
want-
deal with my motion before we have any other speakers?
We don't need we don't
made the
really,
motion.
well, we don't really need a motion for this because we're
We-
not doing anything.
We asked for a recommendation on the
Oh.
report.
We do need a motion, but
Okay.
I think, John,
He's
if,
asking to table it.
if we don't move, if we table it, then we won't have any action.
No one has to second it, I just want to see what
Yeah.
our take is on everything.
Well, he's just saying that we table it until we get all of the.
That's what
information.
what you would do is you would recommend that you table it until we get all the different pieces filled in. So that's so that you're taking an action. So you could say that you want to table it for a week or 2 weeks. That's
Until we
it. I
have
mean,
the
for-
financial and the technical
So,
feedback.
but you
So
don't
that's
have
what
to
we-
table it to the next meeting, which would be to.
No,
so
you'll tell
tab-
me, we can schedule a
Table
in-between
it, well,
meeting.
we said, let's table it till the end of May. You'd get the comments, you would get the
Then we
light
won't-
samples.
They won't
Oh.
make any action.
For tabling, though, it is an action.
No, they will not take any action if we don't give them direction. That's what I'm saying.
Okay?
Well, I want to give them direction.
Okay.
We need
so you're
information to make a
going- all right,
decision.
So then,
So I'm trying to get a motion so that they would go ahead and get us all the information.
Okay, let me repeat my motion. It's
Okay.
pending the receipt of the feedback that you just asked for in the next week, plus the financial analysis of what increased costs we might be facing to do this. So they're being directed to do the work if we pass this motion.
Okay? So make your motion again.
No.
Means let's,
They can repeat it
let's
back.
let's rehear his motion. Did you take it down?
A motion was made that staff's recommendation be tabled pending resident interaction and a financial analysis.
Do I hear a second? Rosemary?
but we need a time limit on it. One by the end of May. And we can't, otherwise it could go on till 2024.
Well, you wanted the resident interaction in 1 week. Did you want us to?
The resident action in 1 week, but we need the light samples. We're gonna try to get them in May. So we would like to get this wound up by the end of May.
Well, the fixture pilot, or the pilot program is what's suggested, needs approval before we can get the fixtures to you, right? Do you approve of the 4 pilots? I mean, the
So the
thought
first thing is
process?
to get the pilots agreed upon, which we gave them till the end of a week, to get that information, and then sit down with Guy or Ernesto and say, these are some other recommendations, can we fine tune it? Then we, on this committee, would say, okay, these are the people, yeah, we don't have to vote on it again. We would basically say, we asked for input, the input will be given to staff and the chair and
Well, what if it cost an extra $100,000 to do that
I'm
pilot?
talking about the identification of the pilots. The cost for the pilots, Jeff was gonna push back on Siemens because of not, and so were Ernesto, for not living up to expectations. So I don't think it's gonna be that high. So they should come back with how much this is going to cost. And that's up to,
Yeah, all that by the end of May, right?
right.
So, but
that-
so then the recommendation would be that the scope of the pilots is approved pending a 1-week resident interaction. You know, the suggestions, if anything changes, then it could be relooked at, but otherwise, if nothing changes with our scope of work, it's approved from this committee. I don't understand how the approval would work.
Kush.
Yes, Steve.
If we can keep it simple. Outside feedback to both you and me within a week. Receive the information on Siemens of alternate luminaire
The financial impact of.
and the cost of the pilot.
Okay.
And upon the receipt of those 3 items, to make a determination. Because, well, Siemens may take 10 days to get the luminaire, I mean, we don't know. But we need those 3 components,
Yes,
right? So table it until we have received those three
Pieces.
things. Those three pieces. The outside resident input, which is due in a week, the choices of the alternate luminaires from Siemens.
Which is hopefully in the month.
Well, whenever.
No,
And,
before June.
and.
That's
well, let me-
within the month, it's May.
And the submission by Siemens of the cost of the pilots, not to exceed.
We don't have to say not to exceed.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
we don't have
but
enough.
upon receipt of those three things.
You can just say to go to
Then
bed.
we can move forward.
Right.
Okay.
Can we have a special meeting when all that
Yeah,
information
As
is?
soon as,
You-
Of course.
You always have the prerogative to
Yes,
call a
indeed.
special
Yeah.
meeting. A special meeting can be called
the-
by the president of the board or two board members.
the only thing that I would ask staff to do, that when they have any substantial information from Siemens on the cost and the selection of the alternate fixtures, is to get those to the appropriate members well in advance of the meeting, so that, we just don't get
We have
handed
some
something at
chance
the
to
same
read
day.
it.
Well, we shouldn't, yeah, you shouldn't
So-
ever get it at the end.
Well, I'm just bringing that up. So as soon as they have anything to provide, if Siemens provides the alternate fixtures, in next week, get it to us. If they, as
The
soon
whole
as they.
committee, yeah.
Yeah, to the whole committee.
So
And as
can
soon as they
review it,
have
yeah.
the financial or whatever they're requesting for the cost of that, get it to everyone here. And do you want those costs to go to, finances? You guys are committees of the whole anyway, so.
The committee would be able to decide if it needs any interaction from
Reaction
finance
prior
or
to
if it's
yeah,
well
okay.
within our budget.
Okay. So I think that kind of frames it. We need those three pieces
Yeah.
before we can proceed.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
Lori, could we make sure that whenever any speaker comes up, we do a 3-minute limit?
Think it's fair now?
Well, we've kept to 3 minutes for everyone except for one, and we have to keep it to 3 minutes. It's like we'll be in here forever. So 3 minutes, we didn't do it for the last one, we should keep it to 3 minutes. This is not,
Well, Mr. Ronan was a special case because Kush asked him to speak, so
I know,
I
but
didn't
we
put the
still
3-minute
have, I
timer
know,
on.
but we still
Yeah.
have to keep the timer on.
Okay. Bert, are you ready to
Are you
speak?
ready?
We're not going to finish the motion?
We did. It's okay.
Well, I went out of my way today to try to.
Okay, hang on a second, one second. So we have a motion, we have a second, all in favor?
Based on the
Those three
structure, the
components.
outline that
That we-
Steve provided.
that-
Yeah.
Yes, I have the motion is
Okay.
that,
All right,
Okay.
we're good.
okay.
So now we can talk about that
Sorry,
later.
John.
I'm saying now you can move to the next agenda item, maybe?
Well, we have to get-
Okay, give us some bullet
Why?
points so we
talk at the
can,
next meeting.
I just went out of my way today to pick up a few fixtures and talk to people about what are some of the things that these fixtures can do, because they are very variable, not only with regard to appearance sake, they're variable with regard to function,
right.
okay? So you have bells and whistles. You can sense light, daylight, night light, turn it on, turn it off. You can motion sense, which adds cost, of course. They are programmable. 12 o'clock at night, let's lower the wattage. Let's not have the lights as bright, because there's not that much traffic and people generally aren't walking the streets. So that's a consideration that you can make. You can also control these lights, maybe around the gatehouses, with a remote. You close the gate, the remote shuts it off, or lowers it or dims it, so you don't have to climb a pole. I was driving down, looking at A, B, and C, and one of the things I noticed on B and C is that we were sure doing a heck of a job lighting up the slopes. But why are we spending money lighting up the slopes? And I thought about that, and I said, why aren't we looking for something that basically enables me to put the light where it's going to do the most good,
Right.
right? And I thought about the one fixture or the one bulb replacement that I showed you the last time, which enables you to remove a panel. And the comment that was made was that this will only last 5 years, and the one that they were selecting for retrofit, he didn't say how long they would last. The retrofit has a separate driver. This is a built-in driver. This basically, you bypass the, my mind's going. Whatever it is, you bypass. Steve? What do you bypass?
The ballast?
Ballast. Right. And you screw it in. You remove the sides that you don't need. So in essence, now, the bulb effectively is giving you greater efficiency because you're not putting light where you don't need light. 5 years. Good bargain. Okay, so this is a consideration for perhaps cul-de-sacs. A retrofit, low cost, narrow street, the ability of being able to avoid shining into homes, okay, or shining onto lawns which don't need to be lit. But, you know, I'm not saying that this is an answer. There are many different things that you want to look at. And I don't know whether we're going to look at these things. For instance, one of the things that I objected to was the glare.
Right.
Okay, we need something to cut down the glare, and there are mechanisms that you can place, cover over LED lighting to cut down the glare.
I'm sorry, time's up.
Colors, we know.
Okay, Bart.
Kush?
You don't want to see the other fixtures, obviously.
The thing is we had agreed that we weren't going to bring in other fixtures from other companies. That was part of our conversation.
So in other words, Sony GE?
I'm not here to argue or to debate. The thing is,
GE, when you say other companies' fixtures?
Oh, what she was talking about is we would like Siemens to provide us with their recommendations for their fixtures rather than Supergreen.
I'm not
I don't
talking
know how
about
to
Supergreen.
say, I just come out and say it.
I don't care where you buy this stuff,
Yeah.
okay? I'm just saying that you got to look at this stuff.
And that's why we had
Okay,
directed
we're not
Guy
gonna-
to give us more than one fixture.
This alone would save you $500,000.
And
I'll see
that's
if
the
I can
things that
email
we
it to
want to
you.
look at.
Yeah.
You know, because the issue, and you're very
Okay.
aware, the issue was with the pilot, it didn't distribute the light. We weren't happy with the way the pilot turned out. We
Thank you.
wanted- Yes.
I indicated that long before the pilot.
okay, the
even-
thing, all right.
Yes, Steve?
So we're waiting on Siemens to also choose alternate recommendations for fixtures,
Make, well, yes.
right? In additions to the one, as has been laid out. And I think part of the disadvantage that people who are in attendance today, as we were, we didn't get this until today.
Correct, which is why we're
right,
delaying.
So
Makes sense.
So what I would recommend is that as we're waiting for Siemens' additional recommendations, that if anybody else has any specific recommendations, send them to us.
In writing.
Just send it to us.
Just send us a recommendation.
And then we can give them to staff, and staff can give them to Siemens, and Siemens may say, you know what, we hadn't considered that. That may be a better solution. Or they may come back and say, we don't recommend it because of A, B, or C, okay? But I see Bert's point. I mean, we have one contractor who we're relying on in the recommendations, and we don't know what they do or do not know. And our experience has been previously that sometimes other people have something to contribute to the process by bringing forward other fixtures that do ultimately provide a solution. So that's, I think anybody who has any recommendations on specific fixtures or styles or whatever it is, get it to us. We can give it to staff, and staff can give it to Siemens,
This
and
week.
get their opinion.
So, Steve, we didn't contract Siemens to do that type of work. And, you know, depending on how many fixtures come in, I'm sure if it's a one-off or whatever.
Right.
But if we start getting fixtures from the community for Siemens to evaluate.
We're not going to do that. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
The basic thing is if anybody has a brilliant idea or suggestion, we are asking that they get it to Kush or to Steve, and it will be reviewed, and then Kush, as the department head, will sit down with Steve, and then Kush will present it to Ernesto. That's how we're doing it.
I would just say, you need to know the criteria.
So we said that, so we agreed to that, if everybody's going to get their
But does
recommendation.
staff provide that criteria? I don't know whether they provide it. What criteria exists for somebody to go out and pick the fixture?
Well, it would be
Okay,
based
this-
on
I
the-
thought that was part of the main contract.
Okay.
Just submit those concerns in writing, they'll review them, and if they're legitimate
You know-
and they think they passed, they'll take them to our president and everybody else, but talking about it every meeting does not further the process, because
Okay.
we have a procedure we have to follow.
We sat down and we reviewed all of this after the fiasco of a meeting that we had, and we sat down and had a meeting with our CEO and with Ernesto, and they have re-clarified what our intentions are, what our needs are, some of the errors that were potentially made the first time around. So so this is where we are. So that's where we are.
We have a new scope
Okay.
of work.
Right.
We're waiting for additional information on fixtures from
Correct.
Siemens.
Right.
We're asking for input. If
Right.
anybody has
Right.
alternate locations
Right.
or anything
And
else.
especially the locations, I
And
think
we
are
have a
really
process
important.
described.
Right. So.
Much more thorough than we did at the outset.
Correct, but we have reasons for that, but we don't want to go into it.
Understood.
All right, next.
So we're
Okay.
done with item number 16.
Yes, we are.
Can we go to the item number 11, bulky item pickup solutions?
Has everybody read this? I haven't. Is somebody going to comment on it? Oh, okay, you're going to comment on it.
I
Okay,
do
thank you.
janitorial.
Thank
and
you for
crafts.
coming to our meeting.
No worries. Happy-
Excuse me, Bert, we have people presenting here. It's not time for a side meeting.
He's leaving.
All right, go ahead, please.
Oh, no problem. At the last meeting, I was told you guys wanted a quick overview of our bulky item pickup program here in the village and kind of
Okay.
get a little bit into the cost. and
Well,
those types
there are
of
two
things.
things. Number
Sure.
one, we do want that, but we sent a list, which we sent to you, and we sent to Ernesto about the concerns we have about the bulky item pickup.
Okay.
So we don't have to, so we sent it to you because the entire board reviewed that. So what we wanted to do was give you all of our concerns so that when it came time for budget, we would be walking down the same street. So our biggest concern is that last year, it was just announced to us that we have two people now who are going out for bulky item pickup. The board does not necessarily agree that that should have been done that way. And we said, we never got a chance to discuss it. So all of this is in that information that we
Okay.
sent out. And the other thing is we think one of the biggest problems, this is what we think, so this is only one part of it, is that there's so much misinformation and misunderstanding that nobody knows what should be done. And you can get examples forever. Somebody called Resident Services because someone had left like 6
Tube lights,
with the, whatever, the lights.
these
that-
fluorescent lights?
Yeah, the fluorescent lights, big ones, outside a trash room. If they ever fell over, I mean, the broken, like outside. And they called, and 3 days later, they were still there. I was beginning to panic. So and people in resident services don't understand what the process should be. The residents don't understand, so it is just, like, we think is a mess. Not that you're not the mess, but that it's a mess. And that it has to be fixed. So we have no chance to fix it. All we were told is you're gonna have to pay for 2 more people, that's it. Well, paying for the 2 more people hasn't made things any better. I mean, maybe a little bit better in some of the neighborhoods. So, and we're not trying to be cheap, but I think that the residents don't understand. You open your trash room door and you see people left toasters on the floor. It's like nobody is on the same bandwagon at all.
I
So
would
we can't be on
I
the
would
same
totally
right
agree with you.
bandwagon. We're certainly not on the right trash bandwagon. So that's what we really
Okay.
thought you would come and
Sure.
present us at the at the budget meeting.
Okay.
So that's,
Well,
did I
as-
miss anything? No.
No,
The-
I
the-
think you did very well.
The only item is, he has in his financial analysis that the total cost for the 2 additional people is $26,000.
No, but see,
And
Is that correct?
what I,
Yeah, that's his report. So
Can we hear his
continue,
report?
please.
Well, I don't want us to be doing a report that is not really, didn't have to be part of this meeting, but we weren't told it was $26,000. We were told that it was much more than that. You weren't here.
I was not here.
So,
So
how
my
could you
goal,
have
my
two-
goal was to take all this misinformation or whatever words you want to call it, everyone hearing this or hearing that, was to pull out exactly what is it costing each mutual for this program? What
So
are what are the real costs?
So let's give Chris the chance to
Go ahead.
present
Yeah.
for a few minutes.
So, but it's important to also know that what's included in terms of bulky item pickup in the waste management contract. Because you have to know that first of what is waste management supposed to do and what are they doing to pick up the bulky item pickup. So per the contract, I highlighted it in those 3 bullets, is that they pick up one third Saturday of every month. They scour the village. They spend a lot of time and resources picking up anything that they find on the sidewalk. No reservation is required, no call to resident services, as long as the resident, and this is throughout the village, both mutuals, as long as they put it out before they pick it up, Waste Management will come on that one Saturday to pick up bulky items. Additionally, they also, if they want to get rid of something on the pickup day, the resident, if they need to schedule a pickup through resident services, and if you have an item, and we can use the light bulbs as an example, doesn't matter what the item is, if they call resident services before their regular pickup, and resident services will then contact Waste Management, a ticket will be set up, and Waste Management will pick up that item. A lot of times what happens is the resident does not call resident services to get that ticket number, so Waste Management doesn't know to pick it up. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of the stuff left out on the street. And then finally, the third one is the in-home bulky item, and that's where you get 2 times a year where Waste Management will go, and they'll go inside the home and pick up the items, and you can do that twice a year, up to 5 items per household. This is, from my experience in working in other cities, and this is a very
Generous.
system that they are providing the village in terms of what they provide compared to other cities. Most trash companies do not provide this type of service for bulky item pickup. So just wanted to explain that that's what the contract says that they will get. Now, the reality is that there's still stuff left on the curbside. So a year and a half ago to a year, pre-me, they made the decision to hire VMS staff to go. If items are not being picked up by Waste Management for whatever reason, we do have staff within our janitorial budget that when we get notified, we will go pick it up, because otherwise the bulky item stuff doesn't get left there out for a week because the resident forgot to call resident services. Once we get word of it, we have staff that go around, pick it up. That item is collected, it is deposited over at the service center, and Waste Management then will empty those 2 huge 40-yard dumpsters at no charge to the village. So that was kind of used as what they call a supplemental. Now, The cost of that supplemental and the two bodies and all that, from my understanding, numbers have been thrown all over the place. So what I pulled was actual hours that we as the village staff are performing as a supplemental service to what Waste Management is providing. And our actual cost is that 123 hours a month or whatever it is. I forget the number that I put on there. And that is the actual cost that is being charged to, and each mutual is about the same. We do it for United and for Third. It's roughly about the same for each one. That's the equivalent to about a little over one person. And again, it varies each week. The key number that I found shocking was the amount of tonnage that we pick up. And that's just our staff picking up. That's not picking up on the regular monthly pickup or the scheduled ones. That 20 to 22 tons a month, that is what our staff is picking up on a supplemental basis. And so what I want to do is make sure it was clear in terms of what's the cost, how many hours are actually being dealt with by our staff to pick up on a supplemental basis. Now, in addition to that, Rosemary, I totally agree. There's a lot of miscommunication of who needs to do what. We're going to be coordinating very soon with Eileen in marketing, and we are going to be putting a marketing campaign together to help get the word out in terms of what do residents need to do with their trash. What can go in the various dumpsters? How does the bulky item pickup work? To help get the word out to the residents, what can we do? Because the more that we can do up front, and then we won't need that supplemental staff to come back from behind to pick up these 20 to 22 tons of equipment a month, I'm sorry.
Good.
Who's
Yeah.
ever first?
I have one thing that I want to mention, which is my biggest concern.
Sure.
And that is that we entered into a 7-year contract in
The
January.
city did, yes.
Sorry?
The city,
This
not
is
us.
done with through
We
the
didn't.
city of.
I know the city entered into a contract, so on behalf of us, and we are the recipient of the contract. So the contract was entered into in January of 2016.
Correct.
At the end of the 7 years, if Waste Management feels that we are abusing their generous terms, they will jack up our rates. So we need to take some serious action right now to make sure that it is confined to the limitations of the contract. So I would strongly agree with you that some heavy-duty PR be done to harness this bear, as I would call, and keep it under control, that it's not getting abused by our residents. Because ultimately, it's their pockets that are going to get hurt if the contract goes higher and we have to pay higher rates. So we need to take some good action. We need to stop this staff from going around and picking up for them, because we are just creating a environment for people to just abuse our services. So I agree with what you're saying. These terms that we have, these 3 bullets, have to be revived and informed to the residents again and again till it's stuck in their brain that they can't do this. And we'll have to have security assist us in catching some people who are abusing it and find them.
Yeah, and one of the things we'll be doing as well, working with Eileen, is also working with the realtors.
Uh-huh.
So when people are moving out, it is made known that they can't just dump their stuff on the sidewalk and
Correct.
be picked up.
So what we are suggesting, and we are going to take this other angle and talk to resident services to change we are working on it. It's just a thought right now that when new residents enroll, to have a much longer meeting with them, to tell them what they can do, what they can't do, and that meeting cannot be only 5 minutes to take a picture and say, have a good day. It's got to be a much longer meeting, and we're going to discuss all the different things like dumping garbage, to alterations, to other stuff, and also good things like all the different facilities that we have about recreation and movies and stuff like that.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so I haven't got a count on who's next.
I
but-
was. I'm gonna be really quick. Number one, the biggest, first of all, when we did our budget last year, we were not told it was $26,000. We were given a much higher number than that, so we could pull up our budget. And the thing is, so we were told that it was much more. So if you're telling us it's 26,000, janitorial should come in much under budget. So we have to take a look at that.
He's saying it will. His
Well,
number
but
actually
he's
said
saying, he's saying it was because we were short staffed, so we just have to look at that. One of the biggest issues that we have is I think it would be important for you to know is how what is being used. In the past, with the other trash company, people could just call the trash company anytime and have them pick up, and we were charged every time they went to their house.
Right.
And it was like, oh my God, why don't we make them pay? Whatever. So I don't know if the people know that they could call 5 times a year, and I don't know if we definitely know that we're not charged for it, and if when you're editing the bills, you make sure that we're not charged for it.
I'll guarantee you we're
All
not
right,
charged
good.
for it.
All right. Well, you know how they are about it. You finally have the trash bins not rolling out every day, thanks
We
to you
fixed that
took
one
care of
for
it, I
you.
know. But one of the biggest things, or there are a number of big things, if you call resident services, they didn't say any of the things you just said,
Right.
depending on who you get. They tell the residents, we don't do that. They tell the residents to call the trash company themselves. So from the gate, the resident services gate is not
Got it.
correct. So that is like number one, because if somebody could just call resident services, but see, you say if it's the same time as their trash day, people don't know when their trash day is, even though we put up all of the flyers and all of the signs. But and then for the once-a-month stuff, I put stuff out, and somebody comes and takes the stuff before the pickup.
Right.
You put something out on Friday night, because you're allowed to put it out Friday night, and it's
Right.
gone by the time 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, so somebody else. So how much are they actually picking up? Because I think that there's somebody else who comes around and takes the stuff.
No, it's not that. It's some other resident
No.
who finds this bottle
Well,
important, so they go and take it.
I said somebody else.
Yeah, so that's.
So how much are they really picking up on this Saturday pickup? I think it would be interesting to know, how much your guys pick up. How much do they actually pick up on the Saturday pickup? How many calls, and you could ask, are actually being made of the 5 calls per year for our 6,000 homes? How many calls are they actually making? And if it isn't being used, is there any way that you could switch the service around? Like, would you be better off having 2 whatever. So we're asking you, are you getting information from them? Are you analyzing the information? Maybe because the present deal doesn't work. The present system doesn't work. We call resident services, it doesn't get picked up. The residents don't pay attention, their toasters, their chairs, their frying pans, there's stuff all over the floor near the trash. So something different has to be done to make it work, other than us spending money to have the stuff picked up. So that's what we're
Got
really
it.
saying. It's gotta be something else,
Now, if I could just make one clarification, 'cause I know we're entering budget time, and I know you're gonna hit me this in a
Oh,
few
yeah,
weeks.
absolutely, we're
No,
ready.
the $26,000 is just the hours times their annual salary. It's not, when you see the number coming up, it's gonna be higher, only in the sense there's gonna be benefits tied in.
Well, it's
There's gonna
fully
be some-
loaded, it's
So-
loaded wages, but it can't go from 26 to over 100,000. That's, our number was over 100,000.
Got it.
So we were told there were 2 employees, we were paying for one, United was paying for one. One employee fully loaded was about $100,000.
You done?
So that was that. Yes, I'm done.
John?
Bonnie was next.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know who's next. It's like a toss-up. Bunny, being a
Okay.
lady, I'll let you go.
I have several suggestions.
Sure.
Okay, in the first place, one of the reasons why there is such confusion is because the city advertised that you call direct. Okay, this has been a problem as long as this waste management has had a contract. So basically, part of your job would be to go to the city and tell them that when somebody goes to the website, their website, that any Laguna Woods pickup has to go through resident services. It cannot be scheduled directly with waste management. That is where the disconnect is. There's another disconnect, which you mentioned, resident services. It really is a problem because basically I'm reading this one in here, the last bullet where it says collected from inside the residence. Well, I was told that it cannot be collected from the inside the residence and I must put it outside. So let me tell you, I put it outside, but I have a La Brisa. Okay, so I have this long breezeway. So I'm taking it out, hiring somebody to pull it out. The guy never comes when the resident services said the appointment was. So then I was sitting outside and then the bulky, VMS picked it up. So there's a complete disconnect between resident services, city, and whoever else handles it. So that loop has to be closed. It has to be one person that you call, and try to find out why, or if we still insist on no one can come inside your residence. When I talked to Bruce Hartley, he says, oh no, we implemented that. You cannot go inside the residence because they, the residents ask that person, to change their furniture all around.
And paint.
So we know that shouldn't be done, but then, is it right that I had to hire somebody to come and take my chair and put it out to the front? So some of this stuff doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I'm sorry I went on.
No worries,
about-
understood.
Couple more global questions. I mean, the service side, these guys know a lot more than me, and I trust you'll deal with all that. You said we have a good value, or are you representing we have a really, Cadillac type of service?
You get a pretty good contract.
Have you
with Waste
compared numerically how we do versus a similar municipality or whatever in terms of total cost? I mean, are we paying 30% more for 30% better contract, or are we paying the same as they're paying and getting all these extra services?
I have not done that analysis.
Because that would be something really, I think we'd all like to understand.
Sure.
Do you have any way to break out the in-house component, like what it's costing us? Is that a per pickup charge by contract? I understand you say they don't always do it, but these 2 per year that people are calling in, is there a line item that you could break out of the total? Which I think
There's no cost for that.
it's in the contract
It's in the
rate.
contract with
Right.
Waste Management.
It's not extra money, it's just
Yeah,
a.
but
Well, obviously, if you took it out, they'd probably lower their overall cost in a negotiation.
Well,
but it's
that's a
7-year
negotiation
deal, so
between the
that's
city and Waste
it's-
Management.
It's moot. I mean,
I think it's
there's
very
a real
important
cost
to
to
have
it.
it
It's already built
the
in.
contract.
We've already made that commitment. I understand that. And then the only other comment I had was just simply the $200,000 difference. We were told, Rosemary's already said this, I said this,
Sure.
that it was pretty much exclusively due to this pickup. So it might be worth some time to reconcile why there was a $200,000 overrun, just so we understand it. And again, I'm not going to repeat it a third time. I said it, Rosemary said it, say it again. But I will say this for clarification, that is, can you please make us aware as soon as you become aware if this $100,000 you're projecting we're saving is not going to come to fruition, because we're a quarter into the year, you projected that.
Yes.
That means that the problem kind of takes care of itself. You've found ways to bring that cost down, and that already included, I was told, that was already included, you were rehiring the staff were short. This was based on a full staffing for the rest of the year. That's what you told me, so I want to be sure I'm clear on that.
That is what I said,
Right.
and trust me, I will be going back to sharpen my pencil.
Right,
to
so,
make
so
sure
we got 100
we can do
grand that
that.
we're looking better than we thought, and just please let us know as soon as you know if that's not gonna be the case. That's all I can say.
Yeah, and I'm aware of the issues with janitorial, and third, and one of my priorities was, A, to get the budget under control, and to keep the cost down as much as possible, and that's what I'm doing.
Fantastic.
I think the last thing would be is that, and I don't know the solution for this, but if one of us, and a number of us live, I think there are 4 members of the board now who live in 3-story buildings, which in the past, I was the only one. But it doesn't have to be in the 3-story buildings. It could be, because I don't ever go into the trash areas, so, but if you go out to a trash area and you see a barbecue sitting out there, or you see lamps sitting out there, and what happens is when the trash people come, they just move it outside of the trash area. And, because they don't pick it up, it's not part of their thing. Well, what is the solution to that? Like I don't want to call resident services, because I usually have a nervous breakdown, because they don't answer the phone, you're on for 5 minutes. What is the solution if somebody sees something in a trash area that shouldn't be there, that is just going to be moved by the trash people to outside? What should they do?
I think the solution to that, before he takes a stab at it, would be that when we talk to Eileen in this PR
We've done it over and over and
we
over.
need to,
We've done it over and over.
is the
and we'll do it
education of
again.
the residents.
It's not the education, it's people having ownership and care for their community. That was the biggest thing that we had even in our strategic plan. How do you create, all right, I'm 85 years old and I'm too old to bend down if I dropped a plate of rice, but I mean, come on, you moved it. I think there's pride in community, and how do you get there? I don't know.
It's a tough
Okay,
one.
all right.
Yes, Steve, you had a thing to say.
Couple of things.
Yeah.
One, I was actually in the scavenger business in Chicago, so I know something about picking up trash. Couple of observations. And Chris is new, so I don't even think we've met.
Haven't met you yet, no?
Okay, so we've had these conversations with communications about getting the word out, getting the word out, getting the word out. One of the difficulties is if 1,000 residences change hands in a year, that's 8% of the total population, just the number of residences. So over, call it an 11-year period, you've had a complete change in your residential status. People move in, and here's something that I'll just throw out. First item, monthly village-wide pickup. The service is offered on the 3rd Saturday of each month. People move in and out at the end of the month, the beginning of the month. The 3rd weekend is the wrong weekend. It should be at the 1st of the month, whatever weekend is closer to that, because I'll tell you why. When I just walked out of my manor the other day, there was lawn furniture sitting out there. There were moving boxes sitting out there.
You can have it. I
The
have an
things were
extra copy.
full. The things were full, okay? People don't break down their boxes. If you're 80 years old, you can't break down moving boxes. So you just toss them there. Something, and I hate to even say this, but this is a community-wide problem, and we're talking about it in this committee. If people leave boxes out there, and they've got address labels on them, and they came from Amazon, you know who left them there. Find them. Right? If you start finding people, and I can tell you this from Chicago, when there was no trash collection on Sundays because the dumps were closed, if the 5-yard containers were overflowing in the alleyways, and they came out and gave you a $300 ticket, you were running a restaurant, you did everything possible to avoid those tickets. So we have an enforcement problem. We have a rental turnover problem. The third weekend is the wrong weekend for this. It should be the first weekend so that they pick them up. Another observation. The guys came out and picked up the trash. By a laundry room. If you live in a house with a garage, I don't think you're the problem. If you live in a 3-story building, you have a trash room. Primarily, my observation is if it's in an area with carports and standalone laundry rooms, there's the bulk of the problem. So everything's overloaded. There are boxes all over the place. There are boxes underneath the roll-offs. So they come and they pick up the stuff that's going to go to the dump, not the recycle, the regular garbage. And I pulled the thing out. There are flattened boxes underneath. Somebody had actually broken down boxes and put them underneath so they wouldn't be. Did the guy pick them up and put them over next to the recycle? No. The waste management employee just rolled the thing right back over the broken down boxes. 3 hours later, the recycle guys come. What do? They pull the roll-off out of there. They dump it out. Did they pick up a single box that was sitting next to the container? No. That's something that needs to be addressed.
But you see, you're supposed to put it in the bin.
The bin's full. Here's what people do. It's the first of the month, it moved, whatever it is, they go to the grocery stores, they go to Costco, they throw their unbroken boxes into the recycle containers. They're now full. It's Wednesday. They're not coming until Saturday. You can't put it in the container, so you start throwing it outside of the container. When I open up the recycle and I see big boxes that aren't broken down, I pull them out and I break them down. And there are labels
get a
on
new
these
job,
that says
Steve.
700 Avenida Sevilla, Apartment D. If you have an enforcement program and
That's
you
what I
start
said
fining
earlier.
people, but what I'm saying is, it is unconscionable to me that we have this contract, the city and waste management, trust me, I understand it, that their employees are not told if there's additional recycled trash, boxes or whatever, when you pull the container out because it's full, then go back and fill the container up the second time while you're there and dump it the second time and get it out. It's still sitting there. So I call resident services because now it's been there for a week and they just picked up the garbage. So what happens? You get the call, you have to send out the guys, right? Why do we have to send out guys to pick up recyclable trash when waste management was just there? This is something that I think has to be at the upper echelons of a meeting between waste management and Jeff Parker and yourself or whoever, which says, this is unconscionable. You cannot do this. You just can't leave trash sitting by the side when you're there to pick it up.
Yeah, I don't think Chris may have been aware of this.
Well, I'm
So-
just,
Yeah, so.
I
maybe-
understand because
and
he's new, but
He's new.
we have this
and-
problem all the time. We have a turnover in rentals. When you say, get the real estate agents, when somebody's moving out or somebody's
So
moving in.
this is not a small problem, it's a very.
A very
wide
large problem. And
Yes.
one of the biggest problems is when people call in contractors, and they
That-
don't dump their contractor waste there, but what they do is, oh, could you take out my old lawn chairs while you're here and just put them out by the
Correct,
garbage?
yeah.
Or can you take the dresser out?
Well, a good thing you don't live in a 3-story building, because we have people who throw the boxes down the chutes.
Understood. So it's a big problem.
And you have to try to push them
Oh,
down.
yeah, it's
Oh.
last week. yeah.
It's a big problem. It has several components to it that needs to be addressed. We're not going to get them
Thank you,
addressed
Alec.
here. It has
I
to be
won't be
done
coming
on a
to the gym
higher
today.
community level, right? Third has the same problem. And last but not least, so your $26,000 annually was just salaries.
That's salary.
Right, so if you double that because of third, just using numbers, it goes to 52. And if you put a 26 and 26, 52,000, right, for the two mutuals, for your guys, and you put a 30% burden rate on it, right? Another
Yeah, it gets up there.
17,
Yes.
now you're at 70. So my recollection is when Brad Hudson was here, And when I was on the board for United, he sat in that chair and he said, it's costing you guys $100,000 a year for us to pick up the trash. Wasn't far off, because I'll tell you what's not in the $70,000 that I just went through. Resident services, phone call, labor, time, and security going out. It's 100,000.
But when you include.
Right.
This
It's
was-
100,000.
This was just the easy, direct labor.
Understood, that you could put
starting
on
point.
the
I could-
hourly.
I could
But-
verify those hours.
So, you know, I would hope that everybody sitting here would, and maybe Chris, you have to drive this, go to United Mutual as well, to Gary Morrison in finance and to Juanita as the president, whatever it is, and say, look, we need a coordinated effort here, and we need to make a list of things that we need to do, and a list of things we want waste management to do, so that we can get our participation on a lower scale.
That's the goal, yes.
So
Are you done?
I think I was
What I
the
mean
quickest
is,
person.
Are we done
Yeah.
with, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Maybe we can do a little side meeting on all the points that we need to address and inform the residents to take care of this.
Perfect. Thank you.
I would like to be involved in the conversation or in the information that we impart to the residents.
The marketing plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
If they remember whatever information you give them, or
I'm
pay attention to
sure-
it.
I'm sure Laurie has taken some copious notes.
Trying to get people to do what you want them to do. Good luck.
I will have all the information in there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Ed, did you have something to add to this?
Yeah, I think so. Ed McGill, 23902C. This idea of the incidental collection of bulky items is going to blow up, just like you were talking about. They will get on the phone and they will have a chair, a table, and everything, and then there will be a surcharge added to this and that. I wouldn't put that out or tell people about it at this point in time. They have enough trouble with the pickups on a yearly basis coming in or outside of their house. But the incidental, I thought, was actually us going around with the trucks on Saturday. That's incidental. But for them to do it and call when resident services books them, they come out and pick up with a truck and a man, and they get a wooden table or a bookcase or something, that's going to blow up. Although here, it's saying, if you have that and you want it, take it down and call resident services, and they will come out with the truck and a man and do it.
Right.
But how long is that going to happen before they realize what it's costing them?
No, but this has been going on for several years, I understand, since 2016. So this thing that the three bullet thing.
The incidental pickup is
No.
the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. So whatever they have here as in those three bullets is been going on since 2016.
Yes, it has been.
Yeah.
But ask any resident what an incidental pickup is, and they're not gonna know. What I'm saying is, if you tell them at any time, and you wanna get rid of that, the TV or the bookcase or that little chair on your patio, and you call up resident services, you're telling me the waste management's gonna come out with a truck and a man and pick it up. And yes, it's in there and it's part of the contract, but how long do you think they'll be doing that before they realize what it's gonna cost them? If it's costing you $50,000 a year with a pickup and a man, how much is it gonna cost them with one of their trucks?
Agreed. So we'll have to be careful.
Well, you have to be careful about putting that in any literature you do to the people
Okay.
about an incidental pickup, because I think you're opening a whole can of worms. They'll be calling resident services, putting it downstairs, and it'll stay there forever. Because when they find out how much it costs to send out one of their big trucks, they won't be doing it.
So noted.
Not a good thing.
So what he's saying, that we should only have one service and not the other, right?
We'll have to review it.
Well, I agree with them.
Yes. So
We should stop our person VMS service.
that is important, yes.
Huh?
That is important. We have to talk about this until we make a clear decision.
Hey, Kush, maybe put it on either get with Chris or put it on a future agenda item to get a laundry list of the options so we can evaluate how to solve the problem. We're just kind of rambling with various issues, and it's going to be hard to get some direction without a big vision and a budget and a this and a that.
That's a better idea. Let's put it up, can we put it on our future?
Come back with, you want usually when we put items on a future agenda, we make a report that already has something to talk about. So do you have already the list
Yeah,
of
so maybe
things?
expand on this report with some specific recommendations, now that Chris has all our feedback with some ideas that we might be able to use at budget time to solve these problems.
How about you request?
Are we in the correct committee, first of all? We are.
That's another question.
Are we in the correct committee?
Well, this item is reported on the MNC expenditure report. So he doesn't have his own committee to report to for this item. So technically, it's not maintenance or construction, but it is on our expenditure report.
Because it's janitorial.
I understand that part, but so technically, yes, and technically no, so. But I think it's an important item that we need to fix, so let's take care of it on the future agenda item and.
So you want Chris to write a report, come back to the
with
next meeting in
suggestions.
July, maybe after he's had a meeting with Waste Management, and talk about the issues that you brought up today, and report back on those issues? Or as a way
July,
to,
maybe a bit early, can you manage it in July, or do you want to wait till the
it'd be September.
September?
Well, we don't meet in September, do we? When, we meet every other month.
So
Yeah, July,
then
not
August
August,
we
and then
don't.
September.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or have it.
Just gotta give him some specific direction, that's all I'm saying, so
Yeah.
not just hear scattershot ideas.
So that will be after your budget is adopted for 2020.
That's after budget stuff.
I'm
But-
not sure that matters a heck of a lot, because it's on a
Because
fixed
it-
contract already, so this is.
This contract is a 6-7 year contract.
Right,
So we are just trying to fix all the kinks in there where
Fine.
people are misusing it.
I'll put it on the agenda for September.
Okay. Chris, you okay with that?
I'm good.
Okay,
So he's going to report back in September?
yes. And we'll meet in between to fix these issues.
Yes.
Okay,
Definitely talk to resident service.
yes. That's what we
Number
mean.
one.
So the item after this one is carport condensation panels. Something we need to talk about.
Well, do you want me to talk about it?
Can we let Guy say something about it?
Well, the only thing that he's gonna say is that, based upon history, that it's now back in the hands of the owner, but it's still a problem. I was just talking to Rosemary about it, there's still a problem. We have to fix it. And how do we do that? We can't ask the member to go out there and fix this. How are we gonna ask him to go out there and fix that? I mean, it is a problem.
It's an alteration.
No, it's not
Yes,
an
it is.
alteration.
Yes, it's an alteration.
I read this whole thing, I read your history. I do not believe that in the past, when this project, when our community was built, that some of these condensation panels weren't already in there. I mean, I've read your whole history, okay? But
became an official
regardless of what your history is, this is what staff is doing, and then this is what our board is doing. And it is a problem, and we need to figure out what's the best way to fix it. Because, I mean, I had to really make an issue out of it to get mine fixed, right? Because it's hanging down just like this. It looks horrible. It looks like we live in the ghetto, you know? So we've got to find a solution. Either we put this solution and we get something on the non-emergency maintenance or we do something. We have to do something, not just wash our hands of it.
Yeah, Third Mutual
Anyway.
policy doesn't allow us to fix or repair members' alterations. It's your own policy. However, we do send our carpentry maintenance staff to screw them back up if they're hanging down. You know, we're not going to bend them out, we're not going to put up a new panel, but if they're falling down, then we will, because normally what is supposed to happen is that the member who has not maintained that alteration gets sent to compliance, and it's a big deal. But if a panel is just loose on one side, screws come out, we'll send our carpenters if we have time to put that back up and fix it. We aren't supposed to, according to your policy. You're told us we cannot waste our time and hours fixing someone's alteration, and so we haven't. But
No, I understand
in
the
the past,
policy,
you know,
so you don't have to explain that.
we have occasionally done that if it's easy and it's a simple repair, right? We've done it even though, you know, we're not supposed to.
Right.
But as a given, this alteration policy has been in effect since 1989 and it was revoked in 2003. So they can still put up condensation panels as a variance with board approval. There's just no standard to get a permit over the counter any longer.
Okay, what, John?
So, I mean, with all that understood, what I think we've identified as a concern is it's really hard to discern when people put their various panels in. And if some are before the date where that was an issue and some are after the revocation and what have you. So I think all we're trying to figure out is a solution that compromises so we don't have a huge eyesore, because just by throwing it over to the residents, if they don't want to do the work, now you've got rust and leak and, you know, things hanging there or whatever. So we were just looking for a potential recommendation for maybe putting it on chargeable services, maybe even at a discount or something like that, just to kind of send the right message to the community that we want to get these cleaned up one way or the other. And then obviously it can be done as a variance moving forward, so that way we can be in control of anything moving forward. But there's just such a long history of these things, and some of them are so old, and there's probably 3 or 4 owners from since they were put up, and they're never talked about in the sales process. So we just.
Some do, yes. They're listed in our components.
Well, I understand that, but you've probably
yeah.
bought or sold a house, and there's
Yeah.
a million things talked about. I
True.
doubt it's a focal point.
Yeah.
So we're just looking at honestly, a PR answer as much as anything else. We can't just say, we're not involved, so it's on you, and then they say, well, I don't want to do it. I didn't even want the thing to begin with, and now nothing happens. So is there something, and this was, you know, part of discussion with Rosemary, can you at least take a little time and try to come up with option A, B, or C that we could do to solve the problem and share with the community, saying, here's how we want you to handle these things. And again, I think the right answer is going to be some sort of reduced cost strategy that maybe we end up taking into our, you know, excess budget or whatever to get it out of the way and solve it. Because moving forward, it's gone. We understand how to deal with it moving forward. We just have to go back and fix all the garbage that's sitting out there. And simply putting out a notice saying it's not our problem isn't an answer. It's not an acceptable
Sure,
answer.
we do what-
Because it'll
we'll
leave
do
a
what-
really bad look and a problem with the community.
Yeah, we'll do whatever the committee and the board directs us to do, but just currently, that's what the direction is from the board. So if you want to add it to the chargeable services, you want to have staff be directed to fix them from now on at no charge to the resident, and we budget for it accordingly, we can do whatever it is
Yeah,
that
we'd
you
love to
direct
see
us
some
to
maybe
do.
projections of
Yeah.
that so we can then have
However,
a discussion about it.
This came about because a resident came to the committee the last time and said that they did not have a carport condensation panel, and they wanted the mutual to install one in her carport at your cost, because all her neighbors had one and she did not. That's why we brought this back to you to say it's an alteration, and if she wanted one, she'd be responsible to put one up.
And that problem is solved in my mind because we have all the documentation. You were great enough to share it for us, saying it's just not even an option unless you want to apply for a variance and pay for
Okay,
it yourself.
so that's the
But a
response
new
to the member
problem
then.
emerged
Yes.
in the process of the research you did, and that's what we're asking you to kind of help us put behind us as quickly and efficiently as possible. Simply saying, here are the rules, deal with it, won't be an acceptable answer. That's what we're trying to share with you.
I mean, the one thing that bothers me about this whole thing is, you know, you buy into the community, you have a carport, and for whatever reason, you know, that they put up these condensation panels, but apparently there was some moisture and they were ruining the cars, you know, because of the moisture coming down. That's why they put the condensate, say it, speak English, buddy. The condensation panel in there is because there was moisture dripping onto the cars and ruining the paint of the cars.
Now, that is going a
So-
bit too far because I don't think that little water will ruin your car. It will make you go and wash it more often.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's
yeah.
what I
I
did.
wash my car, I come out tomorrow, my car's a mess because I've
Okay.
got condensation on my car.
Correct. So
Do
you'll have to
something about
you'll have to wash it more often. That's about it. But,
Okay.
but
So
to
do you-
repair those things, so we have to. So I'm listening to all this, and my thought process says that whatever was in the past, we may have to work on repairing it or fixing it to a certain level. The new ones, they may have to pay for it going forward. Yeah, so maybe some kind of a process like that, if you can work on something
Okay.
and come back with a report that we can make that.
So what if they're not repairable? What if you find one, it's rotten so bad, you'd have to replace it with a new one? Are you directing us to replace or just
not.
screws in? I mean, at what point do we say, okay, this is how far we're going to go?
Question.
Who makes that decision?
If it's not repairable, you would advise the owner.
Well, I wouldn't put them up in the first place. They're rat nests, you know.
Well, there you go, all the
They,
more reason.
they need to go away, really, is what happened. And plus, you're modifying a structure. Did anyone consider what you're doing to that
Yep.
structure by putting them up? I mean, there's so many things involved. I would say, find a way to get rid of them. And don't allow them, once they're in such disrepair, to be replaced. Say, oh, nope, sorry, gone.
So who will make that decision how bad it is?
That's a policy.
Kush?
Yes.
Okay, so assuming they're all alterations, just for sake of argument,
Yeah.
right? As with any alteration, you're responsible for it. Now, you have a list of chargeable services for things to help people who can't take care of things themselves,
Right.
right? And bringing in outside contractors says, yeah, I'll put in 3 screws, that'll be $300. That's what you're trying to avoid, inflicting
Right.
on residents. So maybe what you can look at is there a way to, when something is reported as not being in proper order, like
Proper
something's
care.
hanging down,
Right.
that the mutual can offer as a chargeable service
To remove.
so that it can be
Either fixed or removed.
resolved. Resolved.
Repaired or removed.
If it's
yeah.
beyond resolution and it has to come out, then you have a fee to remove it. Or you go back to the resident and you say, we can't fix it, it's beyond repair, you have to take care of this because it's your alteration. Now, as a resident, I think I'd rather hear, oh, it's that bad, it's got to come out. Well, what do I do about it? Well, we can take care of that for you for $120 or whatever it is,
Whatever number.
right? Whatever the number is. I think that's, I mean, personally, I'm in one of these situations now because Prior to Paint is at my place and they have to replace the beams in the courtyard. And there's a patio cover that's been there since 1980. Well, they're saying it has to come down. Well, who's going to take it down, right? I go find a contractor and they give me a price. And what if I'm an 80-year-old widow who says, I can't find anybody? Is Prior to Paint going to take it down and hand me a bill for $1,000? So I'm sensitive to the position a resident can be in. But as Guy says, they really do need to go away because they are bird nest things, they are rat nest situations. The rats live up there, they come down, they get in underneath the hoods of the cars, they eat up the soy on the wires now because they're no longer made of rubber or petroleum. It is an issue.
It's a
They should
slippery
go
slope.
away.
It's a slippery slope
Right.
when you have when you have a policy about alterations, and now you want to alter that policy for certain items only. I think you're
Everybody else comes
opening-
forward, as, you
Right.
did it for them, do something for me.
That's a slippery slope, and I mean, I wouldn't recommend for that, but at the end of the day, it's a policy issue that the board needs to make that decision.
Can you
But
come back with some suggestions and a kind of a report?
Why,
I'm sorry, what do
why,
you mean? I couldn't hear what you're saying. You're,
Oh.
what are you
Sorry.
directing, staff?
I said, can you come back with a report on some suggestions?
Well, we suggest that you
that you
keep
make
it
a-
revoked.
make some charges like Steve suggested in chargeable services.
Right.
Repair, replace kind of thing.
That wouldn't be.
Or remove.
Repair, remove.
Repair, remove,
Yeah.
or replace, or whatever.
Well, not
So your
replace.
current
Okay, no
policy-
replacement.
Your current policy is that the resident is fully responsible to maintain their alteration or to remove it in case of maintenance. So if you want us to modify your entire policy regarding alterations, because that would affect everything. You know, just like if Steve has this canopy, he didn't put it up, but he inherited it from a previous owner, which means he's responsible for it. And even if he's 80 years old, he would need to remove it. Staff is not allowed to do that per your own policy. And so we can only do what your policy allows us to do. So if you want to modify it all to allow staff to do that and give us a budget, we'd be happy to. We just
Okay.
can't make one-offs, you know?
We're not asking you to change the policy. We're just asking you to add it to the chargeable services, which means that I am going to be responsible for paying for it to be removed. So that's not.
We're not asking you to change the
Yeah.
policy.
I'm
We're
just
just
trying to
asking you
clarify,
for
'cause you
two
wanted
items on the
suggestions.
chargeable services.
Okay, let me make a note. Go ahead.
Yeah, correct?
Yeah, so I have a question. Hot water heaters, right? They're
Yeah.
your responsibility. They're in your unit.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have something on chargeable services that
Right.
says, you need a hot water heater? We can do that. Here's the bill.
Correct.
Kush.
Yeah.
This take everything you just heard, because I agree with every bit of it, but this game that this is their property and they all know it's their property and they should know what to do with it, this is outside. People have the implication that, that it's outside the four walls, it's not my problem, and they're coming at us and saying, look, we didn't know, and now you're telling us we got to deal with it.
Right.
Again, what we asked for was not for us to make some massive change in policy, but for some guidance on, I could visualize a one-page report that said, if you do this, you're taking this risk. If you do this, this might be the best balance. And if you do this, then you're taking it all back on yourselves. And then we could have a discussion as a board and guide you on what the way to execute our policy. But to simply say that everybody should know it's their responsibility and that everybody should just pay what they're supposed to pay, we know that. We get that. But this is a unique situation on something that is a gray area perception-wise, not reality-wise.
Right.
And that's why we're having this discussion.
Sure, you'd like us to come back to add it to chargeable services with like an estimated range of costs for repairs and removals?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'll give you another third side of it, is when one buys a unit in Laguna Woods, you know how much paperwork one receives? Have you seen how much paper is wasted? No. You know how much I got? I got a box of this
Oh, is
size
it
with
that
just
big
the
now?
minutes of the meeting. Yeah, so many.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bylaws
And I was looking at my wife and says, do we have to put this on our moving truck to take it over there?
So do
I-
need us
you
to
think
make
I
a
read all
motion or
that?
Something like that, or you can just do that on our guidance? Okay.
Do you want to say by consensus, staff was directed?
Do we need to
Yes.
make a motion?
Yes, please.
Just by consensus?
By consensus.
Any,
By
do
cons-
you
Yeah.
have an objection to that?
No.
Okay, so it's by consensus.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so what is the last item now?
We have a couple more
Being
items.
heard, trust me.
We're on item 13.
Lightweight tile
Yes.
roof replacement.
Oh, yeah. And I'm full of opinions today. Sorry.
That's what we're here for, it's once every 2 months.
Okay. I read everything that was here and
Good job, honey.
suggestions, for this. And the way I read it says, well, we can resolve this problem if we just add a certain amount of money, to get us on a 15-year plan. And I'm all for doing that, but what I would also like to see when we do something like this is, I know you mentioned your cost savings, per building and all that kind of stuff, but if we had a spreadsheet that says how many buildings we're doing this year or in the 15-year span, and based on that, we would be saving this amount of maintenance costs. I think that the hit would not be so bad, if you know what I'm saying.
You would slowly realize the maintenance cost because you're going to have to, as you start repairing them, yes, you'll realize some savings there.
Right.
But it's a progression before you realize the entire savings.
You're in one. Are you done, Ben?
What?
Are you done?
I'm done, yes.
Yes, John.
I'll wait for them.
Yes.
You know, with the moisture intrusion?
Yeah, that's within moisture intrusion, some of it, so 140 for roof repair, 43 for line.
So we're just looking at some numbers, just to let you know what the cost for repairs, and on those roofs in particular, we're at $187,000 this year, correct? Oh, 2018, I apologize, 2018, 187,000 on just that style roof.
So I'm very much in support of this idea and getting something set up for it, because it's clear it's gonna pay back at some level, and it's gonna help residents too. The thing that, I don't know how to get this done, I'm too new to know how the whole process works, but you can help me with this. We've got those huge issues on the budget for roofing, where there's these gigantic expenditures projected 10 years out, I mean, millions of dollars that we don't understand what they mean or why they're there. And I would just love to see this integrated into an answer to that, so we can include it, get all the numbers moving forward we're happy with, and then approve it. It's just, that's an issue that we just all don't really know what's happening.
Okay, so just a quick summary on that. It really, the replacement is based on the installation. So if in 1 year you installed a certain square footage of roof, its serviceable life comes up in that year. However, just because you're looking, so if you're looking out on the budget and you're saying, okay, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, we see these $1 million budgets for roofing.
Right.
What's up with that? Well, if you go back, so the serviceable life may have been 15 years. If you go back 15 years, they installed that many square feet of roof, and they absorbed the cost at that time. So if when we get closer to that, the year prior, we'll look at those roofs. It may change from $1 million down to $600,000, depending on our inspections, based on our
These
inspections.
are, I mean, it may still be the answers, I like the answer, but these are 5 and 6 million. These aren't $1 million. So was there really that much roof installed in any 1 year that would renew at that time period? Because that's gigantic. Just saying.
Depends on when it was replaced.
Right, and it is based on that, and it's based on the inspections along the way. So if
You
some
see what
of
we're scared about, it's all I'm
No,
saying.
I understand, and, you know, we'll take a look at that, and we can spread that out as well. We can take a look and say, okay, let's look at these roofs as we get closer to the inspection time, and really project what is going to be needed. We're finding a lot of times, you know, the roofs are, especially on the built-up roofs, we're finding out that we have longer life cycle than what was projected. And that's good and bad, because it's bad in the sense that if we push that out 3 years, it may hit a year where we're high. So we do look at that, and we try to spread that load. If I don't know how far you're looking out, but we can definitely take a look. Yeah, so
But these are a small segment of all the buildings.
Yeah. I guess in big picture, it's not huge dollars on the overall budget. It's just, why not solve all the budget issues at once and get it spread out in a way that we can all,
No, and we
agree upon?
have in the past, we've done that. We've looked, and when we have a spike like that, we'll spread it out over several years to buffer that.
Well, the financial analysis here, and of course, you know, I go to the bottom line here, is that we would need to increase our budgets, you know, based on the cost estimates above, the tile roof replacement program could range from 9 to 18 per manor over the next 15 years. So I'm seeing here that there would be, in order to implement this program, that there would be an increase in costs. Okay, so that's why, when I said it wouldn't be so bad for a hit, if we knew what we were gonna save, you know, by doing this, we know we have to do this, okay? But you know how tight we are in the budget, okay? We're trying to keep it so it's not astronomical, for the residents each time we come to budget time. So that's why.
But we do.
I think it really helps to know where our cost savings are too by implementing a program. And I know that's not what budget people do.
No, I know. And if you were to
But
say,
that's-
but every given, there can be, like, this past year was a very rainy season. You're going to see that number go up because this is 218 and now we're in 219 and we just had all that rain. We're looking at those costs, rising for the
Right.
repairs. And I think that's what brought this up is we're noticing that trend of on these particular roofs, we're spending a lot of money. But again, I couldn't tell you, if it's 180 this year and it goes to 250 next year, but then it drops down to 75, we have no way of knowing what those future years are. We can give you a model based on the numbers that we have at hand.
So on the schedule, can I
Yeah,
jump in?
that's what I was
On
gonna
the
say,
schedule,
schedule.
are they all past their useful life on all those buildings?
No, these buildings are not even.
So they fell apart quicker is the bottom line.
That's right. They were
Right, so-
projected at 40 years, and, I mean, we're well
Right, so
within.
my 2 cents worth on it, Bunny, is that in the end game, we have to do this, like you said. So we have to assume the savings will pay back at some point. But that circles me back to my bigger picture item, which is maybe we can push some other roofs off to a different schedule to find this money. It just feels like we need to look at it as a global project instead
Right.
of, okay, we got to take more money for just this one. I would go the other way. We do need to take money for this one. What could we maybe push off that we can afford that's performing a little better?
Okay.
If that's even a possibility, maybe it's not, but I think we should examine
It will be based on performance, and you're right, but we never want to defer maintenance when it's needed to, rob Peter to pay Paul. That's not how we operate. We bring it to you to make a decision based on the facts that we have at hand. I couldn't tell you what roofs we can save on until we do those inspections, until their life cycle's up and we start inspecting that to be able to give you an offset. I don't have that.
Can that be part of this budget process, or is that
Yeah.
timing doesn't work?
Yeah, because I didn't mean to interrupt, but what's always bothered me with the roofs, is when finance comes up with the budgets, they've got it projected that at a certain point in time, the cost is going to go up $5 million, I mean, so we need to know what is this going to cost us over a long period of time? Based upon how much more do we actually need, because we've already budgeted a certain amount, and there's certain buildings that are scheduled for replacement. I know there's a schedule, right?
Yeah, the schedule is made the year
Need this 15-year
prior.
plan.
This is a $10 to $15 million expense that they're
Right.
proposes. It looks at $670 a year, but the reality is going to be more like, if you look at it as a total budget item, it's $15 million.
Yeah.
Well, there's other ways about it. So if you wanted to extend the replacement program, let's say you wanted to put it at a 30-year instead of a 15-year, I mean, that can be looked at as well. Now you're hit from $600,000 a year, maybe $300,000 a year.
But I don't think that's a good solution to go to 30 years, because by the time you finish doing the last building, the first one will be ready to.
What about all the damage in the meantime, like you're saying?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because, roofing better than I do, but it's always based upon, the warranty, how long it'll last. So I don't think you could make a statement and say we're gonna go 30 years.
Yeah, the roofs that we have, the warranty's up on these built-up roofs, and we're working as hard as we can to make sure that we change them out to the PVC. But again, if we go and inspect and we say, this roof is in great, even though the serviceable life is up, if it's in good condition, we're not replacing it just because the serviceable life is up. We're prolonging that getting as much life out of that roof as we can. And we're looking at it constantly. Every year, we're inspecting roofs so that we can project for the next years and so on. So we don't just replace them at their serviceable life.
So
Okay.
one quick question. This item that we are talking about, you're saying there are 377 buildings that are part of this group, correct? And we have a project log item, I'll tell you in a second, which is number 19. So 377 is part of the bulk of the buildings that we have, correct?
No, we're not re-roofing this style of roof. It wasn't, the projections for the replacement on this are still out another 10 or 15 years. I'm not sure exactly, but they're out, they're projected out. They're failing, so that's why we want to bring them into the fold. Right now, what you're looking at is built up roofs.
Just hold on. I'm not trying to argue with you on anything. I'm just trying to understand the situation or the whole picture. This item number 19 on our project log, which is the roofing replacement program, is the broad roof replacement program, correct?
For built-up roofs only. It's not for all roofs. It's for the built-up. Right now, the built-up roofs are being replaced with PVC. Those are the only roofs that are up for their serviceable life right now, and that's all you see. That's all we've budgeted for.
So that is item 19.
That is item 19.
And how many buildings are part of that item 19? No, rough number.
Oh, this would be a totally different, this isn't even included, because this is just the cool roofs.
Right.
It's a different style.
This is a whole nother item.
So I was under the impression that out of the 12 or 1,400 buildings that we have were being serviced through this program.
Right. No, I think you're right, but what they brought us today is 377 additional buildings that are outside
So
of scope.
then we have to minus those 377 from the 1,400 buildings that we.
No. And I'll tell you why. There's different types of models and different styles of roofs.
Okay.
And this one here is only called the cool roof. That's a totally different roof.
But cool
than what they're.
roof is not a totally different roof. Because I had a cool roof installed on my last home also.
Yeah, but
But
it's,
that is the style of the tile.
No.
well, it is,
It's
it's
the
the
rubber,
roof.
it's the rubber stuff.
Yeah,
So it,
Seal.
Like on the garden.
It's the flat, like on the garden villas.
yeah.
mine was a pitched roof.
Well,
We still had
they
a
only do
cool-
it on the flats here,
That program was set up for just the flat roof.
right? If it's got a pitch to it, it's got
Yeah,
shingles
Ernesto
on it.
mentioned
It was a
this is totally
pitched roof
separate
like
segment
this.
of the building.
What we have here
Yeah.
is flat roofs or cool roofs.
So you can put, but that's the material you put, and that's what the cool roof is. It was,
It's separate, it's,
The cool roofs replace the gravel roofs. What
Yeah.
used to be stone and.
Built-up roofs.
Right,
It's
the
a-
built-up.
It's a built-up roof, and we
Yeah.
have, just in buildings, not considering carports or anything else, we have
Yep.
991 of these built-up roof buildings. 4 million square feet of roof.
okay.
And that's what's up now for the replacement. The serviceable life on these roofs is up, and that's where we do our inspections on them.
Okay.
The only reason we brought the other roofs up to you is because we're recognizing the increase on repairs for those
Okay.
roofs. So we're
Right.
looking at saying these roofs are not holding up, they're failing, so we need to do something about that. Again, we can't predict when they're gonna fail or if they're going to fail. We're only looking at the rise in cost over the several years for that type of roof.
Okay. So I'm not disputing anything you're saying. I'm just trying to ascertain certain things. So this item 19 is for X number of buildings for Y type of roof.
Right.
So now we are looking at a second line item to
The new,
replace the
a new
roof,
reserve.
Correct.
to do these 377. So that's what I'm trying to find out.
You got it right.
Yeah.
You got it right.
So unless we understand the big picture.
No, it's totally
we
clear.
can't move forward because things are conflicting
I have
here and there.
I have a related question.
Yeah, okay.
So you threw a number out like 170 grand or something like that you've seen in repairs relative to these new roofs that we're talking about in this write-up you just did today.
Yeah,
That's
just
right.
for the-
Right.
the
Where did
lightweight.
where did that figure show up in last year's budget under operations?
Yeah, it's operation, it was in under operations.
And did we have adequate monies budgeted for it, or did we go over in that area? Did we end up over for 2018 in that area?
In 2018. I don't believe that as far as just for the roofing repairs, I don't believe we went over. But this year, we're definitely going over this year. I can,
Where would I find the current versus actual this year? What line item on operations?
I think we gave a projection in those projections.
Let's take a look at that. Help me with that. Where's it at?
Where's the sheet?
So on this sheet that you got with the purple stripe?
Yep.
Is it all moved? Was it all moved under roofs?
So it must.
So it's not operating then?
No, this year is under, reserve.
Replacements this year.
It was under operating, this year it's under reserves.
Right.
What was it last year?
It was under operating.
Why would it get shifted?
I'm going to look up the number for 2018, but it was in operating last year, but this year it's in reserves for the emergency repairs. The board moved that line item from operating to reserves.
So it's under one of our replacement funds now? Is that what you're saying? I mean,
It's under the roof replacement.
Roofs
budget.
and that roof replacement is both what you're just talking about with this repairs plus the cool roofs? They're projecting it's gonna come in under, if that's true. Yes, we don't have a problem according to this statement.
Well, today.
Well, I'm saying we need to push a few things to get plumbing, which is a problem. Don't forget my world is about plumbing.
So, yeah, that's true. Right, yeah, well, we're already over halfway there.
Under roof replacement, am I looking at the right line item?
Yeah, well, you're looking at you're looking at roof replacements, but within roof replacements are several detailed line items.
Either you or Nestor or both of you or all of you did an analysis and said we're gonna be fine globally by the end of the year, at least by current projections, you're under budget.
Well, as far as what's been built, paid.
No, they did a projection for us, where they tried to look at projects and discount.
Oh, okay. They finally
That
added
was a big
it.
push.
Yeah, it's,
The forecast, and obviously it could come in wrong, but we are where we are.
So for this year, in this roof replacement, the budget is 1.3 million.
Right, then go to the far right column.
Yeah, and they are projecting to spend 1.2 million.
So all these repairs they're projecting, they had all the data, they're saying they're still gonna come in under with everything considered,
Yeah,
meaning we shouldn't have to rush into this. It's gonna be an inconvenience for some residents who have to deal with leaks. But we can't afford to keep slapping $1 million reserves every time some problem comes up.
Well, what if there's a program whereas when we start having leaks with these roofs, that we replace it at the time of need?
We're gonna actually, I'm sorry, we're gonna actually need to look at, so we're summing it up based, on what we have, and we're showing 1.4, so we are showing us going over. I don't know why it has 1.1, I think it
Looks
is
like
in
the
there.
version,
it's like 1.2.
the version that finance gave us, their auto sum, so you don't see the expanded version, so their auto sum didn't add up correctly. So they show the 1.199, but really it's 1.489.
So how many other numbers are wrong on this sheet?
That's a good
And
question.
I don't know, I just got this report from finance last week, and they said to bring it to you because you wanted to see it. So I apologize, I didn't check their numbers.
Well, we need that updated as soon as you can do that, for everything, not just for that item.
I'll double check all of their numbers and I can email you a revised report.
That'd be great.
Okay.
To all of us.
Do we have the actual version that we can't even change their?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
let's just table this for now. What do you say?
One question.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
One question. Is there a possibility in programming, I gotta say the right words, incorporating this kind of program, that we do it on an as-needed basis? This is what you say we normally do anyway. So once we start seeing the repairs on a certain roof, we can go ahead and replace it rather than trying to repair it.
So
I'm just thinking
Let me
that-
take
The
a stab,
roofs
let
with
me
the
take a
most
stab at that.
expenses.
But-
Okay.
Hey, Guy, what if we set up a smaller reserve with that in mind? So in other words, whenever one of these things fails or is deemed to be near failure, you would go and replace that using this reserve. So it wouldn't be the 15-year proposal. God, it might take 40 years, but at least that way we could have a reserve and you'd know you could go replace it instead of having to deal with trying to patch up something that isn't worth patching up. Is that even a possibility?
We can definitely take a look at, prioritizing. I'm just going over last year's, and it looks like, quite a sum of these buildings did have repairs. I don't know the exact figure, because if I had a spreadsheet, I can pull that up quickly, but what they, just looking at what the expenses are and how many buildings, there's a pretty good sum of buildings that can already, based on this report alone, would be qualified for replacement.
136.
Buildings?
Well, that's the ones that all had repairs on them.
Okay, so this year, or in 2018, 100 and how many? 180? 136 of the 377 received repairs just in 2018.
But intuitively, if a building receives a repair on its roof, that now just extended its life.
No, what we found is like 1 year, we would do a repair because we repair where it's leaking. And then the following year, the
That's-
same roof
that
somewhere
makes sense.
else is failing.
Okay, fair enough.
So, on the other side of my thought is, these roofs are failing, but they have a 40-year life. So, who is now failing? Is it the material or the labor?
Is there any warranty? Is that where you're going?
That's where I'm
Yeah.
going to, yeah.
Leitner has all the roofing companies.
Sorry?
Yeah, they weren't doing the roofing back in this
Oh,
time.
they weren't doing it back then?
No, and no, we don't have anyone we can pin this on, or we would have approached that right away from the get-go. These are records I don't have access to, wouldn't know where they are, but if somebody has that, we can certainly go back, but, you have that fight with any warranty is, okay, was it the installation? How do we prove that the installation compared to the material? How do we decide whether the material's failing? Or we have a lot of maintenance, people are walking on it. We said in our warranty, you can't walk on this roof. There's so many things involved, I don't know that we want to open that up.
Okay, so something has to be spelled out correctly in the future. All right, so what do you want us to do?
Well, the recommendation is to approve, adopt a 15-year reserve component program for the replacement of lightweight concrete tile roofs in Third Mutual with the CertainTeed Landmark 40 composition shingle system we're recommending, starting in 2020.
What is the team recommending?
Something else.
Something wrong?
I'm not exactly sure what. I just feel like it has to be part of the budget process. Has to be. I just can't.
Well, that's what we're expecting.
Yeah. So I just.
So shall we defer this to the budget meeting, which is coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. I
We
don't know
can-
what other
when that meeting happens, we can also take a vote over there and approve whatever we want.
Would
to.
you like us to?
Ernesto will propose something at the budget meeting.
Right, so
Yeah.
that's what I guess what I'm getting at is we'll propose it.
Yes, because it's not going to be in the line item where you show your overall percentage increase for all of our other programs, right? You didn't add it to the first version of the budget.
That's right, that's right.
So right now, it's not in the budget whatsoever.
Okay. And at the same time, could you give us a better copy of this? Means better copy meaning when you've checked out
Updated.
all the numbers?
Yes,
Huh?
I will.
That will give us a better idea. What do you think, John?
Okay.
Yeah, just one question, Guy.
Yes.
Is there, you said that there's quite a few buildings that are on the list right now. So is there an emergency need for some of these buildings that we need to consider in this year rather than waiting for next year's budget?
I think that's very hard to predict, and I'll say that because we made the repairs. I don't know if it's gonna have another leak, so I can't say, we made a repair on that building, so we better hurry up and do it. Well, that repair may last 5 years and another building is up for a repair. It's, we just have to take it systematically, and I guess we will start, I'll look at how many repairs have been done on this roof in the last so many years, and we'll start isolating those candidates that we want to do for that each given year, based on the history that we have.
You have to do that anyway because you won't be doing 377
That's right.
replacements in 1 year.
That's right.
Yeah, so at least that part of your work is going to continue anyway. Yeah, because you'll have to name 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 50, whatever, for the next year, whatever amount we
A
approve.
huge line item.
Yeah, we have to do the analytics on it and figure out, based on how much we've spent in repairs, how many times they were repaired, which candidates are first, which candidates are second.
Okay.
And based on the budget amount that we're given and how many square feet we can do within that budget amount.
Got it. Sorry.
I have a question. So this Certainty Compositions shingle, is that what we're used to seeing is just the layover shingles that go on in the, it's a standard shingle?
The one that we're proposing here?
Right,
This
the
landmark,
the
yeah.
landmark 40
It's
composition?
it's a comp shingle.
Yeah,
We
it's a
have
comp
them
shingle.
already, and like in United, there's several buildings with this.
So-
And they're very low maintenance.
Right, so, and this is for the replacement of where there's lightweight concrete on these 377. So I'll just throw this out so that you're aware of it. In another community where I have property, they had 168 units, and they were pitched, whatever they were, and they had lightweight concrete tile. And they decided that what they would do is they would put down a torch down system.
What?
Torch down. And they would retain the lightweight concrete tiles. Now, basically what the torch down system is they're like petroleum-based sheets. And they're about that thick. And what they do is they take the tiles off, they fix any paper that may have been destroyed underneath the tiles, and they lay down these sheets, these panels, and then they take a torch and they seal the seams, and then they put the tiles back on. My recollection, it was a $1.3 million cost for the 168, and that was a while ago. But the advantage to it was that because it was petroleum-based and it was sealed with a torch, the stuff is like impenetrable. It's just not shingle back onto like paper backing. So if you're not aware of it and you're looking at this for these kind of costs at this amount of money, I don't know if that might be something that you'd even want to look at, a torch down system like that. Because it would allow you to maintain the concrete tiles, which are lightweight, and not lose that component and, and go back to a composite shingle.
So, help me 1 second with it, that were the concrete tiles, did you reuse the concrete?
Yes,
I wouldn't recommend that. A part of the problem that we're having is these tiles are breaking. They break when the wind blows hard. We replace lots and lots of broken tiles. Anytime anyone gets up on those roofs, those lightweight tiles get damaged. Even, like I said, with the wind. I talked to Eric, who does our roofing program. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that, Steve, honestly.
Because the tiles are cheap.
Yeah, they are cheap,
But
that's the
anyway.
problem.
Well,
I mean, I have a little experience that I've never seen a torch down system that offers any meaningful warranty. So they obviously don't have a high degree of faith because of the reuse of the shingles. And, you know, again, that seam can be real, but it has to be perfect over a lot of footage, you know, otherwise it creates a guaranteed leak. So it can be punctured too, which is another concern, 'cause it's hard to find, like waterproofing, you know, any plumbing or showers were the same issues.
just something
But
that I
it's,
hadn't
no, it's a
heard
good alternative.
That I hadn't
It's good to
heard
think about
discussed,
stuff.
and
I think our game is just to, you know, find a way to phase this in the slowest possible way to let us get other things done that we know are equal or higher priority, that are absolute, like the plumbing, real dollar things we're dealing with, so.
We can also look at what, you know, we'll look at the entire roofing program, and if there are years that we're not, the expenditures are gonna be very low, I mean, then we can, you know, add those roofs in. As far as that, I mean, we can look at creative ways of doing this to lower the cost impact.
Yeah.
We can certainly look at that and come up with some suggestions. But at the end of the day, you know, these roofs are failing, and, you know, we do see a spike in the repairs, and so we're bringing it to you to make a decision.
Of course, we recognize that and we appreciate you doing that. So give us the opportunity to approve it with a better number.
A better number?
Creative ideas.
Creative ideas.
With your creative ideas,
Yeah.
yes.
That's what I mean by a better number.
I'll have the word creative in the meeting minutes.
Creative is important.
Okay, so with that, let's move on to the next item, which is the chargeable services update.
No, we got 14.
What did I miss?
Alternatives for
Oh,
Gardenville Breezeways.
alternative GV Breezeway. My paper is all, yeah.
Am I up again? Yeah. Okay. All that overtime putting in. Gardenville Breezeways, we were asked to come back with some recommendations, some alternate solutions. I don't know. We've looked at a lot of different materials and approaches at this, and I would say that the way we're doing it now is probably the best method of going about this, you know, replacement. But we did give you some options. We did show some other carpeting that could go down, doing the status quo, and also not filling in the recess, but texturing it and coating it the way we do the rest of the deck, like the walkways. That could be an option. We do, you know, we provide, so he's given it looks like,
We have 4 options over here. One of them is.
I'm
to
just looking at the costs.
I got a question to ask you. Okay. I know how much it costs. I know that all the way we did it in the pilot is the right way to do it. But it costs so much money to do it that way. So my question is, why did we have to do the extra stucco work and change the drainage and all of that stuff that goes along with it? Why can't you just resurface it and just fill in the section there where it's
That's
resurfaced?
essentially what we're doing, but the moment that we raise that, so you have your stucco, and it
Right.
has a screed on it that allows water to come out. Just let me explain.
Right.
So that is already low. It's like an inch off of the floor. It should be a minimum of 2 inches. We
Okay.
found that problem throughout the community. It's just widespread. But if we raise the concrete up an inch, we're burying that screed.
Screed.
So we have to raise the screed up
Yeah.
to accommodate for filling in the recessed area. If we don't fill in the recess area, we eliminate that. We're not going to put the screed in. So that's why we're saying, one of the recommendations is just leave the recess and coat it like you would coat the rest of the deck and give it a different color so you can see where that depression is.
Yeah.
And the other thing is the drains. When we raise the concrete, we have to raise the drains so that they're not buried too, right? So anytime we raise the deck, there's modifications that need to go with it, and that's why.
So if we add the indoor-outdoor carpet to it, no matter what it is, whether it's 2 inch or 3 inches, we still have to change the drains because that needs to be raised.
So we didn't propose to, there's 3 proposals here. Only one is to raise, to flush out that
That's if it-
recessed area.
but
And that's the
that's-
one we're doing now.
Right.
Correct. The rest would be leave it where it is, because the expense is really in filling the recess area and the modifications that go along with it.
So my question to you is, in the alternative 3, remove the existing carpet and replace with artificial turf. Now, how high is that turf? Does it level with the other?
No.
How high is it?
It's actually a small pile, because we were proposing that you do a lower pile because it's easier for cleaning and maintenance. So it's actually not as, we're talking fractions of an inch here, but it's not much.
It's the same height as the existing carpet?
No, it's a bit lower, just a fraction
meaning
lower.
Less?
Yes, less.
Okay.
Because of maintenance. Having the larger pile on there, things can get caught up in there, it's harder to clean. This, it's a low pile, it'd be like getting a shag rug compared to, no shag. It's easier to clean.
You remember you were talking about? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, my neck is kind of stiff.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
So, this isn't all coming from me, but some of it is anyway. The objective of this was to eliminate the trip hazard. At least that's what started the discussion, and try to do it cost effectively. And none of the recommendations except the one that we tried on the pilot is doing that on the current alternatives. So and I mean, you may have already examined this, but there's been a lot of changes just in the last couple of years in, I don't know what to call it, but tile and mat technology. I know you must be familiar with what they're doing in playgrounds and gymnasiums and whatever, and they offer, 3 to, varying inch tiles. Has this been explored, costed, and it just doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense?
no, we did a pilot, it was rejected.
Yeah, now hang on that. That's why I brought it up, because, some board members love to say that we did that, but even in the last 2 years, which you did it, I don't know where you did it, she was mentioning that the pots were denting the mats, and you can get whatever material you want to get, including even plastic tiles that drain automatically, like sport court material, things of that nature. They come in all thicknesses, all sizes. I just want to be sure that all that's been examined, because I don't look at you on this one, I look at them. They're like, we already did that. I'm like, well, did you know this is out there? Well, no. So, these companies sell all the different materials. Did you have someone come look at it and say, these 3 or 4 could meet all your objectives, and they can do varying heights, they can grade it, it could drain and use the existing grading of the concrete underneath, so you wouldn't have to change the drainage. There's a lot of solutions there, and if you've looked at them, then so be it, but I haven't seen anything on it, so I thought I'd at least mention it and see what you thought.
Yeah,
Because that would help solve it.
We did look at a lot. When we were investigating the different materials, I think what we sampled, or what we did for a pilot, was a material that was recycled. We were interested in the recycled materials. I think aesthetically is what the problem was,
And again, not sure where you're at on this, but they customize them. They can match the concrete color. They can put design on them now. I mean, there's so many things that they do with these things. It's just amazing to me that we wouldn't even be able to see a number that would solve the problem. That makes it I'll throw it out there. You could literally show them a picture of what you did with the concrete, and they could do the exact design and give you a price on it with a varying inch mat that meets your drainage needs, et cetera, et cetera.
We tried to map. It
No,
was-
I'm
it
saying
was-
they
It was
can
rubber, and it turned out the people did not like it.
Well, I'm aware of the prior pilot. I'm just saying there's a lot of different options out there that, considering nothing we have solves the problem at the price we can handle, seems worth a second look.
Yeah, we didn't go back to explore all the ideas that we brought before. We didn't go backward. We were looking at, and I don't know what the trip hazard, I know it's in this report, but I don't know what's considered a trip hazard. If it's different colors, it really, there's a demarcation. You can see that there's a difference. There's something there. It's 1.5 inches. Typically it's 1.5 inches. It varies. That's the other thing about floating
I
it.
checked it.
They vary, and so to get one material at one size it's not a, one size fits all here, unfortunately. We may have to modify with little increments, which may cost more in the long run per location. The good thing about what we did try is you pour it in like concrete, and they form it to whatever size you need, and they level it off. That's why we really, at the time, we selected that product. It would drain. We wouldn't have to change the drainage. It fit whatever the recessed area.
Right.
We felt it was a good product, but unfortunately, it was rejected. If that's the direction that we need to go back to that, we can definitely start exploring others. Personally, at the end of the day, I know it costs a lot, but I think the most effective one is what we're doing now, or to leave the recess and just coat it. I feel that the coating will be much better than any carpet that we would put down. And that's just my personal opinion.
Why don't you go with a 4? Just
The
continue.
carpet?
Yeah.
Well,
we brought this for
that's a
you to look at.
program
If
that we
you
already
recommend, or if you want to adopt that or stay with that, that's what we're doing now. That's the status quo. It's up to the M&C and their decision.
Kush? Yes. Couple questions for you, because it's been a while since I've addressed this. What's the service life of the Continue with the Carpet Replacement Program?
So that really varies based on the location. So the ones that are in direct sunlight, or there's a reflection on a window, we notice that those are about a 10-year life? Yeah, they're burning. Not that they're going bad, it's just
Right.
people don't like the
Discoloration.
look of it.
So 9-year on the short side?
What fails is the waterproofing. So what we do is, on a certain cycle, we go through, peel the carpet, and it's not really on a cycle per se, it's based on leaks. So if we find that there's a leak in the garage, we know that deck is leaking, so that's when we
Right.
schedule it to be removed, waterproofed, and then the carpet put
So
back on.
it's not just a replacement issue, cost, it's also intermediate repairs based on need. Okay.
Right.
So then on number 1, the resurface of the areas, that's just texturing?
Yeah, so that is basically the same sealant that we use on the walkways.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's, we would remove the carpeting, clean up all the glue and the
And new
nonsense on
surface,
it,
but
resurface
you would
it.
have a discontinuous level.
So we would
with-
definitely,
Back to
and
the
that's
trip
the
hazard.
design. See, the design of
I
this
know,
was so that
I
you can
know.
put plants in there, water your plants.
I understand.
Exactly.
And then on alternative 3, it says extended service life of 15 years. So that's extension of 15 years or 15 years in total?
Yeah, so on the artificial turf that we're looking
Right.
at, that's a serviceable life on it.
Of
So when it
15
gets
years.
replaced, it has a 15-year life.
Okay, so here's what's in my head. Yeah, $56,000 a building is a lot of money, and you did the 3, and but best solution. If you do anything else and you spend 20,000 per building or 30,000 per building and you have to do it again in 15 years, at some point you've spent the same amount of money
But he's saying it's less, it's like 10 years, not 15,
on the,
on the replacement.
well, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
But at best case, on the 15 years using the artificial turf, it's $30,000.
I don't think the concrete will be maintenance-free. Maybe much lower, it's not gonna be maintenance-free.
No, it would go along with the program that we already have. Every 5 years, we recoat those decks. That's the maintenance. So we'd be
Right.
adding some square footage to that, very minimal.
But is it?
So, I mean, how often do you
Yeah, the
want to pay
carp-
for it, I
carpet
guess
would
is the
offset it.
question.
No, from the very beginning of this whole thing, and you know how I had to fight, to even keep this project going.
Yep.
I realize that looks like a big number, but I have been asking for an analysis over 15, 20 years. I mean, Ernesto says we don't ever have to replace it.
Right.
That has a value to it.
That's what I'm saying.
But if
because-
we don't have any numbers, how can anybody
Well,
make any
let's
decisions?
just, look at the artificial turf, right? It's $30,000. In 15 years, you're going to spend $30,000.
Every
It's $60,000. If you can do it all for $56,000, and the other part of this is, in the back of my head, and I know there are differences in the Gardenville buildings as number of units, because some have penthouses and some don't. But on the ones that just have 8 per floor, it's 24 units. What's the cost per unit?
6 or 7 is the majority.
Well, at $56,000 in the building divided by 24,
units,
it's less than $3,000 a unit. It's 2,500. So do you put a 20-year roof on your 20-year life roof on your house, or you put a 40-year life roof on your house? I get that it's expensive, but
I would agree with you to do all the buildings with the light concrete thing, which is recommended, but the dollars are the more important thing right now. We have to see how we can maximize the dollars, because the plumbing issue is a big issue.
Well,
The roof and the plumbing.
They have 210,000 already in a reserve set up for this. Is it 81 buildings that are affected?
No,
53.
53. And
Of
3 are
which
done.
3 are already done.
So right, so it's, okay, so 50.
So
So
2
50
point,
more.
So,
Something
I mean, if we just let this go for as long as it took at 210,000 a year, maybe it does become a viable solution if we're in no hurry to see it get done.
8 years, 300,000 a year kind of thing?
How much?
8 years, 300,000 a year?
Well,
two-
the other
2.4
issue that we
million?
had is, the residents really didn't like the design. I thought the design was nice.
I will not
So-
worry about that. That design
Well,
part we can change.
But you have the same thing with
But the dollars
signs.
are more important.
Right, I don't like the signs, I like the signs.
Basically,
Right.
four buildings a year, so it would take 12 years.
Unless you do
They had
5.
16 for the plumbing, for God's sake, so 12 for this seems like a bargain at that point.
I would do
Kinda
3
convinced me.
buildings.
And it's,
If we can do 3 buildings a year, I think we should be able to do.
Am I phrasing this correctly? Let's hear if you agree. I'm saying that if we kept 210 a year as our reserve budget, does that work?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I'm not,
If
it's not
two-
computing, so give it to me again.
Well, you're saying it's roughly, and I'm being really rough figures here, 50 grand per building.
Correct.
Right.
And we've
50
got
buildings,
50 buildings
25,
to deal with.
25.
And we're only spending 200 grand a year, and that's 4 buildings per year at 50 grand per building.
Yep.
So it's gonna take us 12 years times 4 buildings per year, 48 buildings. So-
Okay.
So approximately 12 years to get the thing done. You said a couple, well, I already
Right.
took the buildings that are done out of this, yeah.
3 are done, right?
Right.
That's without inflation or escalation on
right,
the- on the
or
costs.
repairs
Or
in the
repairs.
meantime.
And maintenance, as we go forward, the first 3 buildings will be up for maintenance in 5 years, right?
Right, but we will be doing
So
maintenance
we'll
on the
have
other
to get some
buildings.
maintenance.
This is in addition, the 210 is in addition to your maintenance program for the existing mats that are
That's
down,
correct.
right?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So, I mean, the maintenance reduces the
Over
more that are
time.
replaced.
That's crazy.
Over
And the
time.
janitorial goes down as well too, because they're not dealing with that lower surface and
Can't
the
seem to
dust
find
and
any
the
other
dirt.
answers, is I guess the bottom line.
Yeah.
See, what the advantage of what that pilot did was expanded the walkway, you know,
Yes.
which there has been people that have trapped on it because
Yeah, yeah.
they have tripped, not
Without a
trapped,
doubt.
but tripped on it, yeah.
And in my mind also, you know, you buy insurance. You have liability insurance. If you go to your insurance broker,
Well, maybe they'll get.
right, and you go, we're gonna do a $3 million program, and we're gonna redo all these things in these 53 buildings, whatever the count is, right? And we're gonna take away all the uneven surfaces that have been there since the beginning, and it's all gonna be level now. Is there anything that you can do as an adjustment to our insurance policy? So all they can do is say no, right? You don't ask, you don't get. But as inexpensive as the alternatives look, in the back of my mind, you're going to have to do it again. You're going to have to do it again. You're still
Right.
going to have the repairs.
It doesn't solve the problem.
It doesn't solve the problem, and the trip hazard.
No, I agree. This is the best solution we can do is alternative to,
Is there any, did we do any negotiating on the $50,000 figure? Is there possible reductions in cost?
No, that's as low. I mean, we've hammered this guy until we pounded him in the ground. I mean, he's at his lowest dollar.
I have to imagine the screed work is the most
Yeah, I know it's.
expensive part of
technical
this,
Leveling
right?
and the.
Because they have to take
drainage.
the,
No, the prep, believe it or not.
Oh, the
Their
prep.
Prep, they have a diamond grinder out there, and they're
Gotcha.
trying to get the prep done. That's the cost.
what was the residents' reaction while the work was being done? Were they
I didn't-
crazy, or
I
was
did
it
not
like
receive any negative.
feedback from noise
No
or dust
negative.
or anything? Or
We may have received one call for noise.
out of 3 buildings,
Yeah,
out of 70 units.
yeah.
And
and the other complaint I got was, you guys didn't ask me.
yes, that was the complaint.
That
You
was
didn't
our
ask
best
me.
friend, yeah.
Yeah.
So currently, so to replace the green carpet that's there, for this year, we have 40,000 budgeted. Next year, it's going up to 60,000. And I believe, that may have been, it didn't need it previous years, but now it's starting to, we're out there inspecting and we're recognizing that the carpet needs to be replaced. Not only that, the water barrier, that's more important than the carpet.
So the
2, 3
good thing
buildings.
is, when we move forward, that green carpet budget will come down,
Right.
right? And when we finish with this $200,000 budget will also disappear
In 12 years.
in 10 or 12 years.
Let me-
Yeah.
What's the waterproofing scenario in something like that? Once that concrete's down, they're moving the drainage up and all that sort of thing, but is there a risk that we have a leak underneath that, now they gotta jackhammer concrete to get to it?
No, as long as we continue the maintenance program that we perform on the rest of the deck,
The ceiling.
we have the same, it's going to last.
Okay.
Okay, so gang, we have already reached 5 o'clock, so
Short meeting.
we don't
That's the last
have.
one.
That was our last one, anyway.
Closed session.
Okay, but let's finish this page
So,
with all the other stuff.
Do we have any kind of consensus or anything, any discussion?
So what do we need to do on this one, Laurie? Do we need to take a vote about something?
I'm gonna go with what Bunny says on this, what do you think we should do?
It's Rosemary that just had a fit, and then I think Bert had a fit too, because there was, residents that were saying that we weren't doing it right, because, they made a big
Yeah,
issue, which
they did.
just, I wanted to beat him up.
Okay, at the Garden Villa Association meeting,
Yeah,
some lady came up to me, I have her information at home, and says, you guys did that recess space. My building, we are ready for it.
Yeah.
So there are people who want it,
right.
okay, and there are people who are against it.
So Kush, don't forget you have that Thursday. You're going to talk
I
to
know.
people. You could
Yeah.
get
So I'm just
feedback
going to
from
make
them.
a small announcement that we are considering to move this forward. So if you have any thoughts on it, please talk to me. That's all. And then we'll get all the feedback.
So what do we do now?
So right now, I think we should continue with this program.
Well, you have 210,000 budgeted for this year, so it's May now. If you want it spent, you want it done, then we
And we
use a
would-
decision.
How much?
We wouldn't be able to do
210.
3 buildings.
Already
though. I think
budgeted?
we have,
So
how much do we
four
have?
buildings.
210?
210.
So
4 buildings,
Four buildings.
essentially.
4 buildings?
Can we manage 4 buildings in that time?
Can,
By the end of the
well,
year.
can
Because-
Foster reduce the price if we're gonna do 4
Because-
instead of 3?
56,000.
No, it's,
He's already at, I mean, when you talk about the stucco that has to be removed
That's
and the
fine.
screed that goes on and replacement,
We'll
we
assume
have
that's
hammered this
rock
guy
bottom.
till, I mean, no one will come close to this amount.
Of course, we pay him $2 million a year, so I think he's happy to be here.
So 224,000 would be the final cost if we did
4 buildings.
4 buildings. Shall we do 3?
226.
We should
3
do
keeps
3.
us in
One
budget.
of the
at least.
things that we allow in there is a contingency, because
Yes.
when we remove the stucco, if we find dry rot,
Uh-huh.
we have to address it. And so
Right.
we put that buffer in there. That's why it's,
About 6 grand
right, that's why
buffer,
it's more
so it's really
money,
about
because-
50 of building.
And we may not
no
hit it.
problem.
I'm not saying we will, but we
Right.
just kind of put that money in there.
So will this cover 3 buildings,
It will
210,000?
cover 3 buildings.
Okay.
I think it'll cover 4.
So-
If you throw 16 at it, you're up to 4. If you're at 210, you put another 16 on it, it's 226.
But that's what I'm saying, Steve, the dollar amount that you're looking at
Yeah.
is just for the work, it doesn't include the dry rot. Now,
So
Well,
But dry rot's a separate
3
program
is the
anyway.
safe bet.
But
I think
It's
3 is safe.
Right.
I've already spent that money in dry rot on buildings that we so that's earmarked.
Schedule 3.
But the thing about it is, they found hardly any dry rot.
John made a motion,
that's
in
fine.
fairness to him.
Yeah.
So let's shoot for doing 3 buildings with this money, 210,000?
And then you can talk about budget for next year.
Yeah,
Well, the motion that John
So
made
make
said
a
just to continue the program.
Right.
but let's
This
make
year.
it,
And if they have to stay under budget, they can't do more than 3 anyway.
correct. So let's make a complete motion so Laurie can write it correctly.
Well, Lori, we're gonna continue with 3 more buildings.
With option number 1?
No, option
Option number
number
3.
2.
2, it's 2.
Continue the same program.
Option 2, I'm sorry.
Option 2? Option 2? So we'll
your
bring you
maintenance
back
theory
then
is
a
carries
report for a contract award and the 3 buildings. So, yes,
No,
it
no.
has to.
You,
Why?
So
Because
we
the
are going to
contract
make
is
it-
over 25,000.
If he's not raising his price.
I guess it's.
I can't, by the time I go out to bid, it won't happen, and go through 2 meetings.
sourced to the same contractor, right? So is that an annual? Bunny, do you have a opinion on that? It's, the cost hasn't gone up, can we use the same contractor and not come back?
My thoughts are that we already went out to bid for it last year, and a Foster came in. He did a very good job of it, by the way. And one of the things that when I went over there is every single night it was cleaned up. The residents were really happy, you know, they really made that effort.
So I'll
And
second John's motion.
So if he's gonna hold the same prices, I would rather go with the same contractor that did the work before and know what the problems are than a new contractor.
Contractor to all at the same price.
Right.
Okay.
So let's
you-
follow staff's recommendation to continue with this project for three buildings this year at the suggested price of 56,000 and change.
But when you bring this to the board, okay, so that there's no confusion to all those people, you need to also attach to your staff report the last analysis and why you're picking this supplier. You know what I'm saying? We're doing this as a single source because they're the favored contractor, right? But we still have to show that we bid it. in the
So when
past.
we bring the contract to the board for 2 signatures?
It doesn't need doesn't need the.
No, I mean, the contract will need a signature from the board, right?
Right, but the board still has to approve this, okay? And what the board expects is to see a spreadsheet based upon the bids that we saw, that we had before.
So you want
So-
this motion to be endorsed to the upcoming board?
Oh, it
meeting?
has to be.
Okay.
Yes.
It has to go
Okay,
to the
I
board.
want, I just
So
want to
let it
confirm.
happen this month in May,
Yeah.
if it's possible. And please, when you put this staff report together, please enclose the pictures of the buildings that are done and 1 picture or 2 of the buildings that have the green carpet and the recess space. So there's a comparison. We have more than one new director on our board, so that they can see it completely and agree with what we are trying to do.
Everybody was against this at the price, and here we are coming back saying it's okay, so just know that
Yeah.
that's some convincing to do.
And
I
maybe-
support you, but I'm just saying. just
We are
know-
trying to support this to do the best possible thing for our community. So we need to have a good analysis to convince that we are not doing a fly-by-night kind of thing.
So normally, when you endorse to the board, the same exact staff report goes. Do you
That's
not
good.
want us to do that? You want us to just come back with the information on option 2 only, but with pictures of the before and after, as well as last year's contract award? Not the same
Not the
staff
contract.
report?
When you say the contract award.
Well, I mean, the bid spread
The
on the
spreadsheet,
contract.
just the-
award.
Well, and I
spreadsheet,
think you could put the analysis you did, which was great, but just put a note next to one, did not meet objectives. So that way they can see, we've evaluated it and they're half the price, and they don't get us where we're trying to go. That's why we're coming around and saying, we gotta do this. We gotta do this at the higher price, because and I think that'll be what look, you got 1 chair you have to really get on board, and then you're fine.
So Bonnie,
keep
just
that in
so you
mind.
know, we added change orders to the last.
I realize that.
Okay, so those change orders aren't gonna be represented in our bid spread that we did originally because
I
they
know.
were added to the contract. So you're gonna look at a price, I think he bid the base price at 40, just under 50,000 per building. But with the additional work that we added, which was the drains and, there was some other, and the 2 colors. So it raised that price. So when I bring that
Right.
spread, it's not
Okay.
gonna be.
Maybe we could
Just
just give
have
the
them get-
estimate from the contractor for
Was
the
it,
total
was
cost.
it 54? I thought it was higher. Didn't it wind up higher on the pilot?
Yes, that's what I was just gonna say.
Don't
Just have
get the
him
whole-
give it a new bid.
Just get a new bid.
New price. Just a
At
new price.
56,000,
Yeah.
just get us the new bid,
Yeah, have them
contract
issue a new
award or whatever you call it.
document that you
Yeah.
could attach.
I'll bring his bid. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and basically, it is a new project. There's been time.
Okay.
My brain is gone tonight, so if I'm
Did we vote?
not
Okay, so
talking
let's-
right, but
we already
we
did.
really should have a new quote.
Okay, so all in favor of this?
I can't vote on
Okay.
this committee.
So we are done.
I'm a voting advisor here? Oh, okay. I didn't,
He's in. It's his
Okay.
I
idea.
thought I was on the task forces, but not on here.
Dr. Dawes.
Oh, that was United.
Okay, so
No, that was
anything on
United.
this
I am a voting
concluding
member.
business, anybody with any comments? Bunny?
talking about number 15? I mean, we addressed some charitable services in the update from Guy, but this was on the agenda to actually talk about. There's a little discussion, are we done with that?
What are we supposed to do?
Yeah, what was the objective of talking about it? I didn't know.
Rosemary asked us to bring it back, so that's why we gave you the handout.
Oh, the handout. Yeah, that's covered. We saw that.
We talked about
So
it.
discussion's already into.
Here.
Yeah.
Committee member comments, Bunny?
No,
John?
I'm not even
Franco?
speaking good English right now.
Okay, 1 second. And John? Steve?
I'm glad I'm still here.
Okay, so we are done with this. So with this, I conclude the open meeting.